Are we ready? Do you feel ready? How are you, Julia?
Are you ready, Asbjørn? We are running. Welcome to the Petrogandafestivalen, day 2.
Yay!
So who sang karaoke yesterday?
Two out of 4, I think.
This is great for the live stream, by the way.
Yeah.
Karaoke was sung in Stavanger yesterday. Erlend,
Yes.
you have made some beautiful festival posters and stuff. And
Yeah.
we have stickers. And we just want people to go crazy in the poster and sticker department and just take whatever you want.
Yeah, just grab it.
Grab
Please
it.
empty that table.
So what are your expectations for today, Erlend?
I expect like more of what we did yesterday. Like it was, go deep into culture, go deep into sports, go deep into CCS. It's a mix. It's a mix.
And let's not forget that the last program today is Ketan Joshi, who is going to talk about the mortality of Equinor 2025 production numbers and also host this year's Petroganda Award at the same time. Yeah? No? Yeah?
I tried to make it funny.
Yes. So we'll start today's program in 2 minutes, but we'll just like to share a little video with you. I think we all need a little meditation. I don't know if you heard about Ollie Frost, a very funny UK comedian. Last year, he and his colleagues at Serious People made an app called Oil Well, meditations for people in the oil industry. And I met him earlier this year, and he recorded a little something for us.
Hi, Petrogandafestivalen, and thanks for joining me for the Accepting Business Realities meditation. Picture yourself in a nice, relaxing meeting with some environmental campaigners. The campaigners are yelling, asking for the bare minimum of corporate responsibility. But try not to focus too much on the words. Just focus on the weight of your body as it makes contact with the reassuringly expensive, ergonomic business chair. Hold in your mind a comforting article you read telling you that this climate thing isn't your problem. Not thinking about who might have paid for that article, just letting the mind believe what it wants to believe. You are part of the transformation. You are part of the change. Now breathe in, profit, and breathe out, responsibility.
Klimakultur, climate and culture. Erlend and me, we talk a lot about non-cultural stuff these days, but everything is culture. And I'm very happy to start today with 2 artists, both working or have worked with the topic of Norwegian oil from different angles. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mariken Halle and Mariam Idris. Woo! How are you feeling?
Very good. Very inspired by yesterday, moved and happy to be here. Very grateful for what you're doing.
I'm grateful that you both are here.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here, and now relaxed from that meditation as well.
So, Mariken, you are an experienced Norwegian filmmaker based in Oslo. Your latest film, Heroes of Tomorrow, Morgendagens helter, the old Equinor slogan, takes place at a school of economics with people trying to relate to nature and each other. Your new project will investigate Norwegian climate disinformation in a loving way. We'll get back to that. Mariam, you grew up in the region here, in Sola and Jåsund. You hold a BA in English literature and an MPhil in medieval literature from the University of Cambridge. And your second novel, Half, explores the colonial history of Denmark-Norway and examines Norway's contemporary relationship with the oil industry.
That's true, yeah.
I got it from your...
Yeah.
I would like to start by asking you, Mariken, because you have a very intentional relationship with the Norwegian oil industry in your work. When did it start? When did you also become obsessed with Equinor?
I think it started because I'm part of a structure called Filmbyrå Jack Film Agency, where we help each other artists distribute our films. And Thomas Østby is part of that, and he had made the film about the first climate lawsuit. So the first film we had in cinemas were that film, and also having these talks with climate activists and lawyers and people afterwards. So that kind of made me realize that this is very serious. But with the last film, Morgendagens helter, Heroes of Tomorrow, which is of course everyone knows that's the slogan to Equinor. The title came first, so it was more, I wanted to understand more about the economy and the economic structures running our societies. I read This Changes Everything by Naomi Klein, and then I felt through trying to understand a little bit more about that environment, I met all these economics that were so eager to transform society and had models that could work without exploring nature. So it felt like it switched it from like, oh, the economists are there, but why aren't we following their advices? So then I decided to have that title for the film also, trying to take our language back in a way. And actually believing that we could be heroes of tomorrow. It's like, it's not so ironic, it's just, we have this old man at the poster, and I think it's like, we have to put it like away from the poor children and back to the grown-ups in a way. So he could be heroes of tomorrow, or he is that kind of in the film. We have some bigger posters too, so this is just a small one.
Thank you.
And I love your book, by the way.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
Mariam, your book has only come out in Norwegian, but I guess there's a lot of people here who would actually be really interested in reading it in other languages, those who don't speak Norwegian. Would you like to give people a little presentation about your book and why you chose the topics you did in it? The book is called Half.
So the premise is that there has been a fire in an oil factory on St. Croix, one of the US Virgin Islands. It's an Equinor-run factory. It's an Equinor-run factory. And a Equinor employee, Geir, has to go to the island to answer questions in a hearing about the safety in the factory. And he brings with him a diversity consultant and a consultant from McKinsey to field questions and try to handle the media storm that has that's happening around Equinor.
This is a fiction book.
It's fictional, yes. It is fictional. And then in a separate section, it deals with a real event in 1759, which was was a planned revolt amongst the enslaved population, perhaps, that was ruthlessly shut down by a Norwegian man called Engebret Hesselberg. So that's based on real documents, that section. And I think I got to wanting to think about it because I was curious about Norwegian complicity in the colonial exploits of Denmark, Norway. Because I think that's something that in school especially, it's sort of, it's hidden away. People don't like to talk about it. They prefer to blame Denmark and then don't take much accountability. And I wondered, were there any Norwegians involved specifically? Are there any Norwegians to think about when looking at that moment in history? And there was. And that's where the interest started. That's where I got curious. And then it became a project in thinking about accountability and responsibility for these atrocities. How do we take accountability? Who takes accountability? What does it mean when those things happened a very long time ago? But then that very naturally leads you into thinking about things that are happening currently. And so that's where the sort of contemporary section of the novel came to be, yes. So historical, then fictional, contemporary, yeah.
So the figure in your book who is a diversity consultant for Equinor, you told me you attended some kinds of consultancies, conference or something before you started writing the book?
Yes, not as research, actually, only by accident, because there... I received an invitation when I was at university a long time ago for a sort of canapes with Mackenzie, which was gays and lesbians at Mackenzie. They don't go around inviting English grads actually to these things normally, I don't think, but they do maybe if you're gay, which I am. So me and my friends thought free canapes and champagne, that sounds great. Let's go to gays and lesbians at Mackenzie. And it and it was a really interesting experience in seeing how you could perhaps use ideas of identity politics to pursue a political ideal that I don't align with at all. And I found it was, those things sort of happen to you and you sort of log it. You're like, well, I'll keep that in mind. And then it became relevant when working on this book. And then I was quite glad I did go to those canapes because it was useful, yeah.
Mariken, you just read Maimon's book this summer. How do you think it relates to the kind of art and movies you are making? Did you find any similarities?
I really loved, I don't know if I'm spoiling it, the change of perspective in the book.
Who's the killer?
No, I don't know. Maybe
it's the colonialists.
Yeah, I just, but to be inside Engebret's body was extremely
the Norwegian colonial.
interesting. I think that was like when I think about the book, I get more. I felt really for him. It's not a good place to be enslave other people, So it's even though it was horrible, it was really, I think, what art also can do, that you kind of have to get into these totally other bodies to make them believable, and then you get this. Oh, I understand him also, or I understand that this situation is how to stop being a colonizer. It didn't seem so easy for him.
I found it an uncomfortable place to be as well. And I was very curious about, because I think when we think about those atrocities, we like to make the people that committed them very foreign to us. And we do that with language. We try to make them seem very different to, well, they must have been human in a different way than I'm human during that time. Oh, he was a man of a different era. That's what people say. And so I was trying, that was a specific part of the project, was to try to look at it and not do that. To be like, I believe that there's a way of being human that we have something in common with these people, that it's not that foreign, that it's not that far away. because I think that way of making strange is also how we accuse atrocities today. We commit them elsewhere, they're so far away, it's got nothing to do with us. And we do the same with time, I think. So that was the project. But it was uncomfortable. I didn't enjoy it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, thank you.
Yesterday there was a panel here led by Vebjørn with a great T-shirt, great merch, about growing up in Stavanger or the region and being critical to the oil industry. How was it for you, connected to this region, to write a book which takes on modern Equinor activities? Not in a good light. Yeah.
People do get defensive, which maybe I was a little bit naive to think, because going into it, I didn't think that it would become a problem at all, and it hasn't become a problem in any sort of scary way. But it's important to this region, and that makes sense. It's important to everyone that's from here and that live here. And it's people's jobs, and people get scared. And also it is, I don't know how you feel about this, but it's, and I thought about this a lot working on the book, and something I've thought about before. It's a huge part of our identity as well, so it feels personal. It's not just work, it's something about who we are. And it's something to do with Norwegianness, but it's also very much to do with Stavangerness or Rogalandness, whatever you want it to be. It's a huge part of who we are. And people who were raised here, like myself, I remember thinking in school that there were 3 jobs, and it's oil rig worker, teacher, and nurse. Those are the 3 jobs that you can have. You choose one of those, and that depends on your interests. So, so I think it's really interesting to talk about oil in this region for that reason, because it's such a huge part of who we are, no matter your politics. Yeah, so it's been really interesting, more than anything, I think. And I think I hadn't factored in how emotional it is, but I understand that it's emotional. Of course it is. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, I don't have any connection to Stavanger, but I, of course, as a Norwegian, feel this, thing that many people are not, that you kind of, your friend asks you what you're making your next film about, and you say, oh, I want to investigate like climate disinformation in a loving way or something, and I just see her eyes shutting down, like not, and I think that's also because you're scared. You don't really want to know how bad it is because you have children and everything. So you want to kind of hope that it's not so bad that.
Marikin, that was a fantastic segue, because I was going to ask you about your new project and why you're also filming here, and tell us about your next.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this stuff, as you are, and really, I read Naomi Klein, and then she was on a podcast with Amy Westervelt, and then I discovered Drilled, and I've just also...
Are you a fan of Amy Westervelt?
I'm a very big fan of her, and I felt like to hear that kind of makes my world safer in a way, because instead of it being like we're all selfish and it's so complex, this climate crisis, we can't do anything, through learning about how they created this apathy in us, then we are maybe not so apathic after all. So that's been really liberating, and it's stories I think the Norwegian public really need in so many different ways. And I'm interested in fiction and characters. I wanted to be an actor as a child, so my way of doing things is kind of doing it together with people in front of the camera and everything. So the new film we will follow this theater group that will try to make a play based on a leaked document from Richard Berman, Yes, Berman. Yeah. So I read this in. It's this leaked speech that he held to a room full of oil people about how they can continue with oil, how to create apathy and everything. And I think that's really an interesting document. So together with these actors, I want to tackle this text and see how they want to approach it. Maybe play him, or maybe, find out if what he says in there is in our society in Norway.
I love that you're making a movie about
So
climate
next
disinformation.
year on the Petrogandafestivalen, you can see maybe not the whole
Yes.
film, but some scenes, I think.
Great premise.
And it's also called head-on collision, and that's a term from psychology. My husband is a psychologist, and I feel so they just kind of, when you're doing an intervention where you do it in a very loving way, but very hard. So that's how I try to do it.
In a loving way, but very hard. So, Mayam, a last question here. A couple of years ago, I saw a recording with a panel with the vice president of Equinor for communication. His name was Jannik Lindbäck. And he was asked, what does Equinor think about, do you think about climate justice? And he said, yeah, we talk about climate justice all the time. That's why we open oil facilities in Africa and all over the world. In your writing and in your work with your book, writing about colonialism in the 1700s and writing about Equinor now, what what reflections did you fall into?
I'm writing about events that are at the beginning of capitalism, and then now, which perhaps is the end of it, and also the beginning of Norwegianness, I think, and now at the contemporary time of what it means to be Norwegian. So rather than sort of drawing a direct line, I was very curious to see what happens when you put those things up next to each other, and sort of see where some of the ideas that we have today started, where they came from. Be that an economic system, but also racism didn't start with the colonial projects, but definitely got a huge wind through it. And I think it's interesting to see what happens in readers when you put those things next to each other. Because it makes people uncomfortable, for sure, and I think that's a good discomfort. I think it has been important to me to reveal what I think perhaps is a hypocrisy in the Norwegian project. We have a tendency towards thinking of ourselves as a sort of moral force for good in the world, and we talk even, it seems, about profiteering abroad as though it's a moral good, and it's that you can, if you're, I'm sort of in communications, I guess I'm a novelist. It's sort of has similarities, so I was curious to show that hypocrisy, and that sort of is the extent of my job as a novelist, I guess. And then what comes from that, I'm not sure. But what is important to me to emphasize is that we can't not take accountability for things that we've done, or if we want to be a part of that if we want to say that we're an us, then we have to think about what that us means and where it comes from. Yeah, something like that.
Thank you so much, Mayam, and thank you to Marikken. I'd also like to share with you that the person who has invited me to talk the most in public spheres the last few years is Marikken, because when she's done screenings of her movie, she always has invite people to debate, to have conversations, to have workshops. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me again and again, and it's such a privilege to invite you to share the stage with us today. And thank you, Mayam, for joining as well.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Give it up. I love culture. Oh, speaking of culture, our next speaker, Callum, is Callum McIntyre. We met a couple of years ago. I followed Callum and your crew doing amazing stuff in sports and other stuff. And we invited Callum to share with us a few of the amazing campaigns you have been working on and why in Folk mot fossilmakta. And yes, I'll give you the clicker.
Thank you. I would just like to say actually thank you to Julie and Ireland, because they're some of the people that have invited us the most to speak at different events and given us a platform. But I think also just like in maybe people have understood, but in Norway, especially, I live out in the districts in the middle of nowhere, and it's very inspiring to be in a room full of people who are working on the same stuff. People who don't have that shut down in their eyes when we start talking about oil. So thank you. I'm going to start a timer because Julie was a bit stressed at the length of my presentation, as always. Okay, so I'm going to talk about resisting fossil fuel sponsorships in winter sports, and I'm talking on behalf of this organization, Folk mot fossilmakta. And I mean, the essence of what we're trying to do is like find the different pillars in the Norwegian society who provide this support for the fossil industry and kind of consequentially destroy those pillars, pretty much. And it's very nice in Norway. We have a word called fossilindustrien, which literally translates to the entrenched power of the fossil industry. So that was very useful for us when we came up with the name. I'm going to start with a video, which to me is the essence of Petroganda in sport in Norway. Oop.
I know you guys are aware that there's a group of climate activists that have threatened to disrupt the racing here. And I also know many of you have spoken about the action that they are planning, but I had a question about the requests that they have made of the organizers of the World Championships, which is that the organizers remove the Equinor logo from their advertising and also show a video about a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, because they say that fossil fuel companies are killing the sport effectively. And I'm wondering if each of you can quickly speak to whether you think whether you would support those requests as athletes, and why or why not.
We see their message, but we don't think it's the right way to interrupt the race. So we hope they can find a solution where they can give their message without really ruin the competition with the 50K.
Do you think it is appropriate for a fossil fuel company like Equinor to be sponsoring a cross-country world championships?
This is not my meaning, or I'm not the one deciding this, so I think we all can have our opinion, so yeah.
So I grew up in Scotland, actually, and I think that's the key thing for me, and which I'll talk about later. And that's a picture of me on my first ever protest when I was a kid. And I also grew up snowboarding in Scotland, but we had to be more creative. We don't have glaciers and big mountains and stuff, so we have to find different things to snowboard off. But I moved to Norway when I was in 2016 to do a master's in climate change management. But I think the main thing I remember from when I first moved to Norway was just how people talked about the oil industry. Like, I grew up knowing the word big oil, but none of my friends who I started to meet in Norway thought of Equinor, for example, as big oil. And I just started to think, I just thought it was quite weird, because I it was under the impression that oil companies were a bad thing. And of course, as we saw yesterday, I quickly realized it's because of the sponsorship and all the positive associations that people have to Equinor. And I think it's very interesting to see, like, a lot of people probably have seen Erling Haaland this summer in the World Cup. And it's interesting to think about what that has done to him, like how he's grown up with this kind of power imbalance, knowing that his training camps are sponsored by Equinor and all that kind of thing. I think this is a really key thing that we need to realize. It's not just seeing the logo, it's also the feeling what they're giving us. And I think another thing to really think about in Norway too is just how ingrained in the culture the outdoors and skiing and winter sports actually is. This is the Crown Prince of Norway, the Prime Minister at a skiing event, the Prime Minister and Jens Stoltenberg out skiing, and this is Nicolai Tangen, the head of the oil fund, at a mountain cabin this summer. And I actually was at a mountain cabin this summer, and I was sitting next to, at dinner, I was sitting next to like a previous Høyre, like conservative politician who sat on the finance committee in the government. So it's really kind of ingrained in the culture, this. And for me, I began to get quite frustrated about this power that the fossil industry had. And I think the same as Frida, I began to just disrupt sports events that were sponsored by Equinor, because I think that was what we had to do. We just had to disrupt them, and people would wake up and realize how ridiculous this was. So... We disrupted roller skiing events and football. I think you need to. Oh, there we go. But basically, after we'd done these kind of disruptions, we really started to feel that the media talked about it, and it was a conversation about, but it was mainly the conversation about the tactics we were using. And what we really wanted to do was to create a conversation about the sponsorship and the influence of Equinor in the society. So we decided to try a new tactic, which was announcing the disruption beforehand, so that we had basically more time in the media to actually talk about the problem. So in 2025, the World Championships in skiing was being held in Trondheim in Norway, which is the press conference that you saw at the start. And so we went along to the national championships in skiing like a month before, and just like announced to the media that we were going to disrupt the 50K at the World Championships. And we didn't really realize at the time, none of us are that into cross-country skiing, so we didn't realize like how important the 50K was as a race. But apparently it's like the biggest sporting event in Norwegian history. So people were quite annoyed. And it immediately blew up into like quite a big media story that some climate activists were going to disrupt the 50K. And within a week, we got a meeting with the organizers of the World Championships. And we gave them two demands, which were to take all the Equinor logos away from the event and to show a video about the need for a fossil fuel treaty on the big screen. They got declined. So we were in a bit of a pickle, as you could say. There wasn't that many of us who were willing to actually disrupt the 50K. But luckily, we got... Oh, this thing is not really working. We got a stroke of luck, and basically some international athletes sent us a message on WhatsApp and were interested to have a chat with us and basically talk about whether they could use their platform and their voice to speak up against fossil fuel sponsorship. Because I remember the key thing that one of the athletes told me was that she was like, I don't want my kid to see photos of me. Like, for example, Erling Haaland at the start. See photos of me wearing the Equinor logo. So, yeah, you can just move on, it's fine. We had a meeting with these athletes and really tried to to get across to them that like we need them to talk about fossil fuel sponsorship.
But for us, like the statement from the athletes cannot just be another statement, which is like, we understand climate change is real and like we need to do something about it. It has to be concrete. You have to talk about the fossil industry. That is the thing.
And basically, one day before the race, a group of 50 athletes signed this letter, sent it to the press, and we announced that we were not going to disrupt the event. And I just want to read one part of the letter. They said that last year, the head of the UN urged every country to ban advertising for fossil fuel companies. We as athletes believe that sports events like the World Champs here in Trondheim should take the words of the UN Secretary General seriously. And we met with the athletes, and then we went and watched the race afterwards. But for me, the main thing that I felt didn't really happen with that campaign was that the athletes didn't really own the conversation around fossil fuel sponsorship. They reacted to what we were going to do. So this winter, the Olympics were sponsored by Eni, the national oil company in Italy, and I have a friend who's a very famous skier called Nikolai Schermer, and we had a chat together and talked about how we could create a campaign together, using his voice kind of to really allow him to own the conversation a bit more. So we started this campaign called Ski Fossil Free.
So this is how organized winter sports are kind of actively trying to kill themselves, and here's what you can do.
Winter sports are completely dependent on a future with snow. At the same time, natural snow is disappearing more rapidly than ever due to climate change.
So he made lots of videos, and some other athletes joined, and we basically got 20,000 signatures quite quickly, and over, I think, almost 2 million views on social media and interactions on social media about fossil fuel sponsorship. And he went and handed it to the Olympics, and it was funny, at the first press conference of the Games, the president of the Olympics was asked this question by BBC.
Jo Curry, BBC News. I understand the IOC was given a petition today signed by 21,000 people, including professional athletes, who want to stop fossil fuel companies from sponsoring winter sports events. How disappointed are you that Milano Cortina 2026 has high carbon sponsors, given that the Winter Olympics is effectively under threat from?
I don't really need to show an answer, because it was the general answer you get from those kind of people. It was basically just like, yeah, it's fine, like we don't really. But in the end, she did actually say that they really should take climate more seriously. But for this, I just want to quickly go through 3 things that I've learned from these different campaigns, because I think I give these kind of talks in Norway, and I usually have to more go into what is Petroganda, and obviously this audience is a lot more clued up. So I just wanted to go through 3 things that I've learned from these campaigns. And the first one is we absolutely need more athletes to talk about this stuff, because this was like the interactions in the campaign, like the people signing the petition and the people visiting our website. And you can see that we quite quickly used up Nikolai's audience. We got massive spikes whenever he made videos and stuff like that. But we needed other athletes also to be each week making a video themselves to put more interest in the campaign. So that's a big thing. Is I think we need to get much better at kind of training athletes and influencers to speak about climate and fossil fuel Petroganda. We need a lot more money, and I think as kind of the activist community, I think it's sometimes a bit awkward to talk about money, and I often find it a bit awkward myself. But Equinor spent 833 million on sponsorship deals over 5 years. This is I just screenshotted our bank account last night. That's like 20,000. We have like 20,000 euros in our bank account, and are basically going to run out of money quite soon. And if we don't take money seriously, we just can't go up against these companies. And the last thing, I just wanted to just tell you that Norwegian media, not a single Norwegian media wrote about that Ski Fossil Free campaign. And I just want to give you a quick example from, this is NRK, so the national state media in Norway. I was talking to them, this is an email from me with a journalist. I was talking to them while Nikolai was at the Olympics there, trying to get him to do an interview with them. And they said, unfortunately, the news is not big enough for us to prioritise now during the Winter Olympics. So I sent him links to all the international media who had written about this campaign. TAS in Germany, BBC, NPR, DR in Denmark. And this is the response I got back from this journalist. NRK journalist. The skepticism in NRK comes from a statement where we don't want to give publicity to activists interrupting sports events. A lot of journalists connect all kinds of climate groups to that kind of activism, and therefore we think it's easier to just stay away from making journalism. So I think this is a very serious problem. And I just wanted to finish on a thought experiment. Does anyone know where this is? Yes, it's Bryne, which is just south of here, there. And does anyone know who this guy is? Oh, it didn't play.
Sorry, Callum.
Basically, Erling Haaland just cut his hair and it got 5 million views on YouTube. I think we need to be thinking about how he could make videos like this, for example.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Callum. That was just the quote from the journalist. Oh my God. And it's a good thing you ended on football, because we got a football expert coming up on stage now, Freddie Daly.
Football expert, wow. Never been introduced as one of those.
Well, you are a football expert because you were...
Maybe complaining about it rather than playing it, but we shall see.
Well, you did write this report called Dirty Tackle, the growing carbon footprint of football. So you must know a little bit about football.
Yes, yeah. A little bit. That's one of a few reports which I'll talk about. Thank you, Julie.
So,
and thank
Freddie Daly.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm going to talk about football, in particular the 2026 Men's World Cup. I'm sure you would have seen something about it, given Norway's progress in the competition. And obviously today we've heard a lot, and yesterday a lot, about courage. Courage to resist, courage to fight the fossil fuel industry, the courage of athletes in winter sports to speak up. Obviously the ONS theme this year is obviously courage too, which is a bit nauseating. But there's not really much courage to speak of in football at the moment. So instead, I'd like to ask everyone, what is the opposite of courage? Silence. Cowardice, I heard. Cowardice, I like that word. And I have got a graphic representation of cowardice. Here we go. This is the face of cowardice, everyone. Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, at least for the time being, he is a man who is a coward, in my view, because he's overseen 2 major shifts within FIFA and, as a result, within elite football. The first is he's just overseen the most polluting World Cup in the competition's nearly 100-year history, spanning 3 countries, 104 games, and he has also signed a mega deal with Aramco, the Saudi state oil firm, which is reported at $100 million a year and will run for 4 years. So despite this man looking a little bit like a football, he actually doesn't care about football in any sort of considerable way. So in 2025, we decided to set out, when the World Cup was announced and the plans were revealed, we decided to calculate what the actual carbon footprint of this tournament would be. You'll be very surprised to know that FIFA doesn't actually measure the carbon emissions of their tournaments. It doesn't see the tournaments as part of their responsibility. They only measure their sort of, their photocopier use, the emissions from their offices, etc., scope 1, scope 2. So everything that involves fans and everything that involves tournaments is kind of outside their remit. And this, like I said, this tournament was a tournament like no other. It emitted just over 9 million tons of CO2 equivalent. That's roughly a sort of 92% increase on the sort of average emissions across sort of 2010 to 2024. This was primarily driven by the new format, so more teams. There was 48 teams this time round, and obviously the location as well. So spread over 3 countries where low carbon transport is almost non-existent. So fans and teams had to rely primarily on air transport. So as you can see, 7.7 million tons of the total came from air travel. And we also wanted to draw attention to some of the potential impacts at the tournament. So football is being undermined by the climate crisis. And in summer in America, there's obviously going to be a lot of heat and a lot of humidity. So we did an assessment on the sort of heat exposure and the risk posed to some of the stadiums. And we found that 6 stadiums would face extreme heat stress. So this is a wet bulb temperature of above sort of 27 to 26.7. Wet bulb temperature is a mixture of heat and humidity. It's quite dangerous for people when they're outside, especially athletes, because when they sweat, the sweat doesn't evaporate. So it's very dangerous for your internal organs. And can diminish performance as well, right? And this is supposed to be the elite of football, so the best of the best playing at the top level, and the spectacle that comes with that. I'm sorry, but this doesn't seem to. Oh, there we go. And unfortunately, the tournament proved us right. We saw, on average, this was the hottest World Cup. Extreme heat across as well the East Coast, but also some of the southern states too. The safety thresholds were breached numerous times throughout the tournament. So FIFPro, that's the Football Players Union, they've got a threshold of wet bulb temperature of 28 degrees, and they say at this point play should stop. FIFA's is actually 32, and they haven't updated it since 2016, which is quite remarkable. And FIFA obviously didn't call off any games because of the heat and humidity. And maybe some of you would have noticed this when you were watching some of the fixtures. Some of the play was quite slow. The passing was a bit languid, and this had sort of tactical conditions as well. And this was also a record. Oh, you went too far, Julie. Thank you. Is it working now? Thank you. Is it working? I don't think it is. There we go. And it was also a record profit for FIFA this World Cup, an estimated $13 billion, much, much more than any previous one. This was primarily through price gouging on tickets, but also a large part of it was advertising. And FIFA is basically a vehicle that provides monopolies on advertising. It's a very unique structure and historically very interesting. Haven't got time to go into that in depth, but it's worth looking into in terms of advertising and sponsorship. So, as I said, the other thing that makes Gianni Infantino a coward is this. The headline sponsor for the 2026 World Cup was Saudi Aramco. They even created a new sponsorship category to cater for Aramco. So they became the major worldwide partner, and the deal was worth $100 million a year. And if you were in the stadium, you would have been greeted by sights like this, which for everyone in this room is, it's perverse, right? Like, it's utterly insane that the biggest oil company in the world is able to broadcast its branding to the tens of millions of people that would have been physically in the stadium, but the 1.7 billion people that would have been watching along the tournament at home. Aramco is the biggest and baddest in terms of emissions. Yesterday, when Ben was talking about climate litigation, you would have noticed the table he had up around climate damages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Aramco's at the top of that list. So 8.4 trillion of damages. That's just median, by the way. Like the upper estimate is like 18 trillion on a profit of 5.4. Since 1854, Aramco is responsible for 3.7% of fossil fuel emissions in the atmosphere. That puts them behind like all the coal that's been burnt in China since the end of the Second World War and the Soviet Union. So the scale of this company is it's a behemoth in terms of fossil fuels. And does anyone want to guess its share of primary energy generation that comes from renewable energy? Anyone want to guess? 0.01%. Yes, pretty impressive. That means they're like slightly better than Chevron, ConocoPhillips, but yeah, pretty bad. And like I said, everywhere you looked at this tournament, they were their logo was there. If you wanted to play like the fantasy football tournament, follow it, you had to agree in the terms and conditions to give all your personal data to Aramco. And at the final, there was this like absolutely mind-boggling moment where there was a moment of silence for the victims of the wildfires in Spain. And after this minute of silence, this all sort of beamed up, like this sort of dissonance between the company that's driving these climate disasters, and it's no intention of stopping or slowing down its extraction and its combustion. its logo was broadcast and flashed up immediately after a moment of sort of collective mourning of the lives that have been taken by the climate crisis. And we wanted to also calculate what the climate cost of this sponsorship deal was. So we tried to work out sort of an attributional study on sponsored emissions. So this is basically the emissions that would accrue from the promotion of a certain brand. Of course, it primarily relates to products, and I think that's a key thing to mention, because a lot of the clout and the uplift that a company like Aramco would get from being associated with the World Cup is not necessarily, it's not just the sales of their products, right? It's the political meetings, it's the brand uplift, it's the reputational laundering that comes with these deals. And, you know, there is a good amount of empirical evidence that's starting to emerge now that shows that this really, really works. You know, when you're, as a spectator, when you're exposed to branding in sporting moments, you begin to associate everything that you love about sport with that specific brand, and then you actively omit or neglect the more problematic elements of that company. This is a proven method, and they're doing it time and time again. But for this specific tournament, we worked out that all the sponsors, so that includes like Qatar Airways, American Airlines, is 42 million tons of CO2 equivalent, so which is far greater than the overall emissions impact of the tournament itself. Aramco was 34.7 million tons of that total. Of course, Aramco and FIFA is just the sort of 3 minutes, thank you, the oily tip of the rapidly melting iceberg. These are two familiar Norwegian faces. I think it's the president and someone else. But they both play for clubs in England. They have airline brands on their shirt. They also play within stadiums that are named after those airlines. Mr. Erling, the club he plays for is actually owned by the UAE. And there's, you know, everywhere you look across elite football, you'll see similar ownership patterns, but also sponsorship patterns too. And this is the elite, but there is also present at the grassroots. You see time and time again, there's obviously some Equinor merch over there that's directly targeted at children. There's another example, Woodside, the Australian oil and gas company. They have this thing called the Woodside Nippers, where they basically teach little children to swim, because, you know, sea level rise and coastal erosion means that kids are going to need to swim more. So it's really everywhere you look in sport, and sport has become almost dependent on the money that comes from fossil fuel companies and high carbon companies. Next slide, please, Judy. So, yeah, it's only football. Whenever I do this talk, or whenever I talk about football, you know, I'm always met with the same response. You know, it's only a game. It's only football. Maybe if you were better at it, you'd spend less time complaining about it. To which I usually replied, you know, shut up, Dad, leave me alone. But the reason I like to talk about football, and I think it's important, is because sport has been here before. You know, sport was awash with cigarette and big tobacco advertising from the sort of the 50s forward to the sort of 80s. It managed to squeeze that out. It managed to reduce its dependency, and that process involved changes to legislation, changes to broadcasting regulations. It also involved social change, normative change in society, where people could see the damage that was being done by these products. They were losing loved ones. And I think that is a blueprint in there that can be used to provide for sport with high carbon companies and with fossil fuel companies in particular. I also think that sport is an interesting and useful microcosm to understand the impacts of climate change on wider society. This is a picture of some kids playing football in England. In England, they don't usually wear wellies to play football. This is not like a traditional thing. This was a protest that these kids were doing to draw attention to the fact that their pitches are consistently flooded, so they don't actually get to play football very often. So this was like a welly protest. And, you know, often it is the clubs with the least resources that have contributed the least to the problem that are having to deal with the most severe impacts of climate. You know, it's not the Erling Haalands and the Martin Ødegaards and the Arsenals and the Manchester Cities that have to deal with it. It's clubs where kids and you know, adults play, and it's their communities that are being hit by it. Another two reasons why I think football and sport more broadly is really important is because sport provides, I would say, a kind of safe space to have these conversations, right? Maybe if you spend some time on the football terraces, and me saying it's a safe space might kind of like make you think, what the hell are you talking about? But if I go to my local club and talk to them about fossil fuels and climate change, they very quickly tell me to go away. But if I go there and talk about how if we don't do anything, they're not going to be able to take their kids or their grandkids to this club, or that the club that's been there for, in the ground for over 100 years is going to cease to exist if we don't do anything. Their ears kind of pick up, and they do care, and they do want to see action. So I think it's a very, fertile place to have these conversations about fossil fuel sponsorship, and a very legitimate space to have these conversations. Finally, I'd just say that one of the other reasons why it's important is because sport is a deeply human thing. It gives us, joy, community, hope. It's a celebration of what our bodies can do and a celebration of what we can do together. Whatever future we get, we need this. And whether it's the future that the guys at ONS want, which is fire, drought, inferno, or it's one that's maybe a bit more sustainable and a bit more just, we need sport and we need what it values us. So I think we need to work together to make sure that fossil fuel sponsors and high carbon sponsors have nothing to do with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Freddie. I don't know what's happening with the clicker. I have bad technical karma. I'm very proud to introduce our next speaker. We call this segment the Italian Connection. That's both because Stella Levantesi is Italian, but she's also going to talk about an Italian connection to Stavanger that we don't talk about that often. Stella is a climate journalist and author, and you're also a research consultant for the Climate Litigation Lab at Oxford University. So you're working with Ben, who spoke yesterday. And you've also written a book about climate change, denial and obstruction titled Climate Liars. So let's hope you have some good clicker karma. And otherwise we will help you. So, and people, you can check out our website because there's an article today written by Stella about the Italian connection.
Hi everyone, how's it going? All right, let's jump right into it. I'm gonna whiz past this first part because some of the things were already covered, which is good because then we get to the dirt. So let's start with a simple question. Why does an oil and gas company want to put its name or its logo on a football shirt or a sports arena or a cycling race or the Olympics? And the obvious answer is advertising. It's a commercial transaction. You have an economic investment, and then the event, the federation, the club provides visibility. But it's not that simple. It goes beyond that. So when an oil company sponsors, whether it's sports, culture, education, it's buying more than advertising space. It's buying something a lot more precious, a lot more valuable. It's buying belonging. And oil and gas sponsorships work through association. So association with positive things, joy, passion, emotion, health, fun. It's all the positive things that we associate with the good things in our life that oil and gas companies can go back to and say, yes, we're associated with all of that good stuff. And this is a crucial shift because it marks a shift between just selling a product and promoting that product and becoming part of society. And this is why a lot of experts call oil and gas sponsorships, they say that it's like buying a social license to operate. It's buying legitimacy. And a while ago, I for a piece that I wrote, I interviewed an academic. His name is Clemens Kaupe. His work focuses on European and climate law. And he says, greenwashing has the objective of normalizing harmful commodities. And this is true for greenwashing, and it's true for sponsorships. And of course, the two overlap. But this is quite crucial because when an oil company sponsors your kid's football team or your favorite skier, they tap into something really important. They become part of your world, your life, your well-being. And why would you question something that's so ingrained in your world, right? And this is what oil and gas companies want you to do. Never question, just maintain business as usual. Clicker. Oops. This is the big oil hacking or tech.
Yeah, that's the next one. You want the next one?
The one before? And then the one after. There we go. Thank you, Julie. So the message isn't just, fossil fuels can coexist with renewables, which is what we hear in a lot of the oil and gas messaging. It's not just about, saying and promoting the narrative of promoting clean oil or producing oil in a cleaner way or lower emissions gas or all of these types of arguments. It's a lot subtler than that. It's we support sport, we support your children, we support community, we support Norway. And if you take any oil and gas company, you'll see how ingrained they are in sports and culture and education. And you'll see how blatant the emphasis on youth is. This is an example from Equinor's website. I don't know if you can see it back here. This is kids huddled around a desk, learning how to build drones, association with technology, innovation, progress. But I think we've talked about Equinor quite a lot, so let's take another company, Vår Energy. Now, Vår Energy is one of Norway's larger exporters of gas. And it's majority owned by oil and gas company Eni, which is an Italian company. And again, from their sponsorship page on their website, kids wearing football shirts with their company logo. This is quite a very well sort of recognizable logo, the six-legged dog with the burning flame coming out of its spout. And Vår Energy, it sponsors a lot of things in Norway. One thing it sponsored these sports arenas. I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of that if I try, so I'm just gonna call them sports arenas. And they're in the Stavanger area, and these, again, another picture of kids in like climbing gear, smiling. Look how happy they look. And these sports arenas, they're owned by, they're public. They're owned by municipalities of Stavanger, and they count more than 900,000 visitors per year. Again, summer at the sports arenas, beautiful flowers, happy, joy. The association is quite obvious. And the company also sponsors something called Vår Energy Challenge, which is promoted by them as an innovation camp. And they say it focuses on the creative joy and innovation and includes multiple schools in the country. And then it also says that what's most important is the long-term dedication to the goal of improved public health of children and young people in the region. And this, again, is from their website. Thank you. Important to contribute to improved public health. And I think most experts would concur on the fact that whatever opportunity is perceived or promoted by the oil industry has to be weighed with, the cost of living on a planet that's battered by climate change, by the impacts of climate change, by the health effects of climate change. And we know that, thanks to Ben's and Amy's presentations yesterday, the fossil fuel industry knew about the climate impact of their product, and they've known for a long time. And they've also known about the health effects of the pollution that comes from burning fossil fuels. And this, they've hidden it, they've denied it, they've orchestrated disinformation and lobbying campaigns to combat clean air regulations and other forms of climate and environmental protection policies. And we know this thanks to journalistic and academic investigations and studies, but we also know this through litigation. So in 2023, environmental organizations Greenpeace Italy and advocacy group Recommon, they sued Eni, and I covered the story, and we broke the story on The Guardian and Dismog. And in the lawsuit, the environmental groups, they attached some documents that they unearthed. And they alleged that Eni used greenwashing and lobbying to push for more fossil fuels despite knowing of the risks posed by burning its products since 1970. So on Dismog, we went into it, and these groups unearthed a 1970 report, here it is, by Eni's Isvet Research Center that warned of the catastrophic risk the buildup of carbon dioxide caused by burning fossil fuels could pose to the climate. But we went deeper than that. So we looked at Eni's internal magazines. This is from Eni's Ecos magazine, where they made repeated references to climate change during the late 1980s and 90s while running ad campaigns which were promoting natural gas, fossil fuel companies now call it natural gas. At the time, Eni called it methane. And this is an ad from the time. It's by Snam, which is a pipeline operator, but at the time was a Eni subsidiary. And there's a baby, baby, blonde hair, blue eyes, and then at the top it says, "Here's methane, clean energy of the future." And then at the bottom it says, "Il metano ci dà una mano," which rhymes in Italian, and it means methane gives us a hand. And then at the top there, also underlined in blue, it says, "Look, it looks to the future, and it doesn't pollute." And then this is another ad, also by Snam, from 1986. Methane is the clean energy of the future. And there's a baby blowing a dandelion. And together with this ad, there's a tagline, and it says, "Welcome, friend, methane!" exclamation point. And this attention to youth isn't a coincidence. It's part of a strategy of association again, but it goes beyond that. It's because youth is the future, and oil and gas companies want to be the future. They've always wanted to be the future. This is another ad from the time, also by Snam. "Il tuo metano aiuta l'Italia a rimanere bella. Your methane helps Italy stay beautiful." And then at the bottom it says, "Past, present, and future of methane." So the references to future is quite important, and it's crucial, and it's not new. And this is also why oil sponsorships and their investments are geared heavily toward recruitment strategies. In Norway in particular, but all over, and in Italy as well. And this is an example from Eni's website. They have a video series with this tagline, "Make your inner 7-year-old proud." Norwegian example, Equinor website, "Energy is essential to people's lives in every country around the globe." So it's this idea that fossil fuels are necessary. They're crucial. We can't get rid of them because we need them. And what this does is that sponsorships allows fossil fuel companies to directly and indirectly influence how people perceive their role in society. And this means more control, less transparency, less accountability. And we've said they sponsor everything. In 2023, Vår Energy announced sponsoring the Norwegian Ski Federation's alpine teams. We've seen Eni has sponsored this year's Winter Olympics in Milano and Cortina. And of course, winter sports is directly impacted by climate change. So there is an inherent tension and inherent contradiction. But it goes beyond that. Italy is a hotspot for climate change. We were talking about this before with a few of you here. I mean, I'm from Rome, and we've had incessant heat for 2 months straight, even more than that. And it impacts everything. It impacts sleep, it impacts health, a lot more, even before death, as we were saying yesterday. There's so much before death that is just incredibly and absolutely horrifying, and it impacts everything and everyone. And this is another example by Eni's mobility brand. They sponsor football championship Serie A. And if you know something about Italians, is they love their food and they love their football. So this is millions and millions of viewers watching Serie A sponsored by Eni Live. And so this is important because, like oil and gas companies in Norway and how ingrained they are in their culture, there's a similar dynamic in Italy, of course, with different mechanisms and very different results and very different history. But oil and gas industry is ingrained in the Italian history and the Italian way of life in a similar but also different way to how much it's ingrained in Norwegian culture and Norwegian identity. And this is important because these companies appear in spaces where Norwegians and Italians construct ideas about who we are, right? It came out before as well, who we are. And this is crucial. And sponsorships in particular go beyond association because they operate through soft power as well. When I interviewed Andrew Sims, he's co-director for the New Weather Institute, for the piece that I did that's published on Klimakultur's website today, You know, he says it's in those VIP boxes, in stadiums, in sports arenas, that the decisions happen. Important people meet other important people. They exchange worldviews. Their worldviews overlap. Their decisions aren't going to be in the direction of climate justice and social justice. And in Norway, the argument is often, you know, we need oil and gas for jobs, we need it for welfare, for European energy security, but we can do all this while reducing our emissions. In Italy, we need energy security in oil and gas, and it's part of the transition, it can be part of the solution. And I'm generalizing here, but the main point is that in both cases, the fossil fuel industry continuously promotes itself as part of the solution to the transition, even though what they do is produce, expand, promote, and lock in more fossil fuels. And there's particular attention to energy security. I'm done. This is my investigation from a while ago, 2023, was published on DSMOG with researcher Thomas Luton. And we looked at oil and gas lobbies in Europe and their communication on what at the time was Twitter. And we analyzed the 10 months before Russia invaded Ukraine and the 10 months after. And we found there was a very big increase in spike in references to the narrative of energy security. And you can see it, these orange dots. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, even though it's been a while, this investigation hasn't been published, it's because things haven't really changed that much. The energy security narrative is still central, and it's also reflected in public declarations of politicians, policy documents, oil and gas company meetings with financial analysts. And this is an example of one of the tweets from the gas lobbies, #GasForFuture. There were other hashtags as well. One of them was #MethaneMondays. I feel like that hashtag is kind of the hashtag equivalent of, I think there's an offshore cappuccino at the oil conference. But this is kind of what we were looking at. And so all of these different strategies and tactics, sponsorships, advertising, lobbying, they all have different ways of working, but they all have one objective, and that is more fossil fuels and less regulation. And, the climate crisis, we think it's very complicated, it's complex, and it is, but it doesn't always have to be. And there are some clear obstacles to climate action. And I think once you understand how much oil and gas strategies and narratives are part of those obstacles to action, it becomes a lot easier to see the solutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stella. There'll be a discussion where we dive into energy security in 15 minutes. Alan, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
You like to ride your bicycle.
Yeah. Ride my bicycle.
We have been talking, well, not here, but Klimakultur has been diving into the northernmost bicycle race.
Yeah, the Arctic race of Norway.
Yes,
It's
and
like
I just want to comment on one thing that Stella said about the VIP. In the VIP sections, that's where things happen. And I went to the Arctic race of Norway last week, and I got into the VIP section, and I have a beautiful photo from it. It's sponsored by Equinor up north. And there's a photo there of the former boss for Arctic race of Norway, who is now the boss for the Alpine World Championship in Narvik in a few years, standing arm in arm almost with Bjørnar Skjæran, the Norwegian regional minister. He's from Labour.
Yep.
Next to them is the head of sponsorships at Equinor and her team. And next to her is Erna Solberg, our former prime minister. And next to her is the local mayor with the bling bling around the neck. And we had a journalist called Matt Rendell who did an article about Arctic race for us as well. And he asked us, what are Equinor doing sponsoring stuff in Vesterålen? Are they trying to reopen Lofoten, Vesterålen and Senja, the debate? And we were like, no.
and then we started thinking.
And then I was in Vesterålen for 2 days and seeing all the secret conferences that Equinor did with the municipalities, which wasn't published. And Anne-Karin Sæther, who is going to talk soon, posted after Arendalsuka that, people are starting to talk about opening the debate about Lofoten, Vesterålen and Senja again. And yesterday, the trade union and NHO launched that they want to open not Lofoten, Vesterålen and Senja, but an oil field outside of Lofoten. And we have not been watching, we have not been paying attention. Equinor has been in that area lobbying through Arctic Race for 12, 14 years, building community support. We need to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we've been sleeping.
We've been sleeping, but we are awake now.
Yeah, and like the interesting part here is also, like they have very, very concrete long-term objectives that they are working on very strategically through their sponsorships and through their local participation in the smallest communities of Norway, because that's where you don't want the resistance to start, because it's just very, very effective of like turning people, like making them positive to what you want to achieve there.
Yes.
So.
We'll get the stage ready here for Nathan Stewart. I'd just like to finish this little Arctic Race segment by saying that 12 years ago I heard the sponsor boss of Statoil, Equinor, saying at an event that we have been sponsoring Arctic Race and it's been a big success because since we started sponsoring, people in the north of Norway are more positive towards us doing oil exploration there. And that's like 12 years ago.
And it's true. And it's very blunt and it's very honest.
Yes. So I'd like to introduce a man I met in Lyon in May. I met Nathan Stewart the day after I got tear gassed by the French police on the 1st of May demonstration. I was a bit naive. I thought that demonstrations in Norway and activists were like Frida and Callum, who are super... there was a bit higher tension in a France 1st May demonstration. But Nathan Stewart, you are from Fossil-Free Politics. You will talk more about that. You're based in Brussels.
Yes. So yeah, hi everybody, good morning. Julie says we're all awake now, so I hope you're all awake for me. Can we all stand up again? I liked how we did it yesterday. Do a little jiggle. Is it better on the other side? All right, I'm going to try and do a bit of walking around. Do we have the clicker situation fixed?
Yeah, do we have your presentation?
All right, I'll do some improv. Where are you from, sir? Yay. Cool. No worries. As long as I get extra time at the end, it's fine. All right. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Nathan. I'm from Ireland originally. I live and work in Brussels. I'm the coordinator of Fossil-Free Politics, which is a coalition of loads of different organizations working to counter the influence of the fossil fuel lobby in Brussels and all over Europe. And I was invited here because, I think apparently it's quite unthinkable that you want to get rid of the influence of the oil and gas industry on Norwegian politics. That's something very difficult to imagine. So I want us all to be very creative and use our imaginations today and imagine, I think it was life after oil was discussed yesterday. That's what I'm here to help with. Oh, I sent it to your email. I can find it again if we need.
Can we do a switch? Dickon, would you be ready?
Yeah.
And we can just do a switch over.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know, it's just that the plugs get all quite deep in the earth.
This one is.
What is this here? Yeah.
This one is also deep. Yeah.
And what is this here? They'll okay.
All very thorough.
You're not running out of any rechargeable batteries?
No, it's all actually, it's just going straight.
Okay, thank you.
Here they are. How does things go?
All right, so after a nice little break there, if you can make your way back down, I'll start again. So yeah, I'm here to talk about the influence of the fossil fuel lobby on EU decision making, which I just copied the title from an event we did in Brussels. Quite technical. I think I would sell it differently if I was in Norway. But yeah, this is what I work on usually. And yeah, as I say, I'm originally from Ireland, but yeah, I live in Brussels, and I've been there for a while. I've seen how the Brussels lobby universe works. Yeah, seems quite similar to how things are in Stavanger this week. So, when I'm not at work, I'm a peace activist and community organizer, and sometimes when I'm at work as well, but don't tell my boss. So, when it can overlap, it all goes well. Yeah, so this is the organization I work for, Fossil Free Politics. And we'll get back to that in a moment. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it. Yeah, just what I've experienced the few days that I've been here. It's my first time in Norway. I was really excited to come and speak at this conference, and thanks a lot for the invitation to Julie. Because yeah, we don't think about you guys very much. I think that's the problem. As an Irish person, we don't really realize that like Britain across the water thinks about us. It's always the big brother never thinks about the little one, but the little one thinks about the big one. Yeah, similar kind of dynamic. So these are things that I've experienced this week. I went to the ONS conference forum, and I spoke to a guy about clamps for like 10 minutes. It was really, really interesting. It was cool. He showed me all the different ones. This one was his favorite. So yeah. We were trying to find like the tiniest part of like oil infrastructure at the whole conference. Like you have these big, massive conferences with like Equinor, but it's also like these little. This is like a mom and pop, small, medium enterprise with 20 employees in the Netherlands. That like, yeah, that's how this industry works. I was also at the oil museum yesterday, and I thought this was really funny. In English, it's "How are we doing?" and it's at the very end. So even if people who went here as kids, this is like a new thing apparently the last few years. And they ask you at the last moment, so yeah, how's it going? Are we doing a good job? And you can vote, and you can vote whether it's going well, or you can vote if it's going badly. And everyone thinks it's going well, so congratulations. And yeah, this is the harbour in Stavanger the other night. I don't know whether it just like awakened some sort of like ancestral trauma in me, being from Ireland, but a lot of drunk Norwegians on a boat just kind of scared me. I don't know, so yeah. All right. So yeah, that's the fun part done. Fossil-free politics, what's that about? Here we go. Yeah, so we're about 200 organizations that have signed up to kind of support our call for fossil-free politics. And the main goal of that is to like toxify the fossil fuel industry. So it's this kind of social license that's been mentioned a few times, basically making the cost higher than the benefit for decision makers, politicians to have close ties with the fossil fuel industry. So how do we remove that social license? Through many different ways. These are some of the organizations that we work with more regularly. So out of those 200, we have some more frequent collaborators, which you might recognize, some of them. And yeah, you can sort of see at the bottom, it says some of you guys maybe next, if you want. That's what I'm here for. So yeah, come and speak to me afterwards if you like what I say. Yeah, and this is our slogan, cut fossil fuels out of politics. And I want to just ask the room, like, is that possible here? Is this something we can look forward to? Or is that kind of naive? It's kind of the thread of this, this discussion here today. So, kind of explain how it works. We basically work on this metaphor of like a firewall. I'm never quite sure if it's like a literal firewall that stops fire going from building to building, or if it's the more digital one that stops viruses, but that's what a firewall is. And you have the industry on one side, the firewall in the middle, and then, yeah, look at all these lovely European politicians able to make policy in the interests of the people without the influence of the industry. So is this Norway one day? I don't know. All right. I don't think so. Not yet. There's no wall between these two pavilions at the ONS. I think if a fire started in Equinor, it would totally burn the other thing. So yeah, that's kind of what we're working with. And yeah, lobbying in the EU. I was talking to people yesterday. Apparently, you guys do think about us quite a lot, but maybe this is new to some people. So I just want to give you a bit of an overview. When I talk about the European Commission, it's this big ugly building here. Ursula von der Leyen lives in the little penthouse at the top, apparently. And that's where a lot of the lobbyists are going to influence. This is the European Parliament in Brussels, where the people directly elected pretend that they have a say on European politics. And they're also lobbied very hard as well. So in Brussels, where I live, yeah, you have the European quarter, which is very small. And it's also called the European bubble. Basically, those two buildings are just surrounded entirely by lobbyists' offices. So they go to the same cafes during the day for meetings, they go to the same restaurants for dinner, they go to the same bars afterwards. It's impossible to get away from the lobbyists. So yeah, it really reminds me of Stavanger this week. And that's what we have to try and disrupt, this kind of social license. They're absolutely everywhere, and you can smell them. So, all right. So yeah, what is lobbying? How do we understand it? I think we had some pretty good definitions yesterday with discussions on Petroganda, so thanks for Amy for explaining that. But yeah, I would say it's anything that kind of tries to get decision makers to do what you want them to do by influencing their policy to make it align with your own sort of goals, your own interests as much as possible. And there's so many different ways you could do that. So I won't spend too much time on it. Yeah, and yeah, briefly just want to mention like lobbying and advertising. It's something we don't work on too much as fossil-free politics, but yeah, absolutely overlaps. I would say the lobbying is a bit more active, in your face. You go to the actual people making the decisions, and it would be maybe more on the production side of things, and then the advertising is more on the consumption side, on the consumers, on yeah, big contracts and stuff. You try to influence that, but more and more it's getting blurred and blurred, and yeah, there's advertising in Brussels, which is directly a form of lobbying as well. So I could talk about that. But a big question is, why do the fossil fuel lobby exist? What are they for, apart from just taking up space and gentrifying my neighborhood and all this kind of stuff in Brussels? And yeah, it's a pretty simple answer. It's just for money. It's for profit. And I think this seems quite basic, but it's a really important point to kind of focus on. It's not because they're evil. It's not because they're mean, grumpy, terrible people. It's because they have an actual interest in this, and their interest is making more profit. And under the system of capitalism that we're all living in, it's all about driving profits, and these companies have to keep profiting, otherwise they go under. So we need to kind of keep that at the main part of our discussion on this. Otherwise, we're kind of caught in ideas of moralism and things that don't really get us anywhere. It can be useful for our arguments, but the core understanding that it's for profit really keeps us on track. And by the same measure, we're not good people just because we want to get rid of this. We might be good people anyway, but that's not why we're going to win. We're going to win because we can actually confront those interests and directly take them down. So yeah, keep that in mind. But yeah, who gets lobbied? So we have the lobby, but who are they talking to? And yeah, it's anybody who can be influenced. And I think this always comes up on the internet whenever I'm on Reddit or Twitter and someone falls for some really blatant propaganda and someone replies, and it makes me laugh every time. And I've added a little change to it, which is you're not immune to lobbying. So none of us here are immune to lobbying, whether we are regular everyday consumers of these products or we're big kind of contractual negotiations and politicians making decisions on behalf of our countries. We can all be influenced. We all have a price, essentially. I realize my price is cinnamon rolls. I would do anything for that. And yeah, I had some really good salmon at ONS, and I started just questioning everything. So don't think you're better than anyone else. We've all got a price, and we just have to keep an eye on it. So yeah, what is the Norway situation? This is my kind of interpretation after a few days in the country. Could be completely wrong, and I'd love to chat more. But yeah, I find that since the beginning of the year, 11 different, I don't know if it's different, Norwegian ministers have traveled to Brussels to lobby European policymakers. So that's not lobbyists, that's the actual guys, which makes my job much easier. Usually it's like, oh, the lobbyists are working on behalf of the politicians. With you guys, it's like, no, it's the same people. Which, to be fair, sometimes might happen. You might have government ministers from France lobbying on behalf of French industry, but here it's much more obvious. They're consistently framing their arguments around energy security, as we just saw in the previous presentation, and that basically Europe needs Norwegian oil and gas for stability, and that, yeah, we need to keep it going. And this was 2 days ago at ONS. There's been massive lobbying efforts to try and end the moratorium on drilling in the Arctic, and yeah, Norway's energy minister says, yeah, whatever, we're just going to do it anyway. So it's very, very up to date. We're holding it at a good time. This is something I work on particularly, is the methane regulation, and Norway has a big interest in defeating this. So that's a specific policy that Norway is lobbying on. And yeah, this is a useful tool. So basically there's the transparency register, which I believe doesn't exist here, which you can track all the different meetings, who meets who, why they met. They have to kind of log all that. And there's some tools that exist on the European level to track that. So I can give you this after, but basically Lobbyfacts and Integrity Watch. And you can look them up. And I just basically searched for Equinor in the last parliament, and you could find everybody who'd met them. Corporate Europe Observatory is one of our members of the coalition, and they do really good work on this. So yeah, these are our main demands, and I wanted you to read them and see which ones are possible here. I'm going to go through them one by one. So yeah, let's see. Could this happen in Norway? Limit fossil fuel industry access to decision makers. No lobby meetings, no seats on expert or advisory bodies, no role in public research. Yeah, we could do that. Avoid conflicts of interests for decision makers. Close the revolving door. I don't even think there's a revolving door here. Like, it's just one. Yes, it's just there's no door. So yeah, why not though? We can put up some doors. End preferential treatment of the fossil fuel industry. No involvement in climate negotiations. Yeah, why not? Let's think big. Reject partnerships with the fossil fuel industry. Yeah, come on. This is easy. No sponsorships, no partnerships. Don't share platforms with industry representatives. No hosting or attending of industry events. Yeah, don't sponsor politicians. So yeah, that's just something that is a bit more difficult for some of our members sometimes. I'll come back to it in a moment. Yeah, what role do we have as the climate movement in legitimizing some of this stuff by sharing a platform? And yeah, there's lots of parallels with tobacco control. So the idea of a firewall comes from, it's Article 5.3 from the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And you can look that up. It's been mentioned a few times that advertising, yeah, works on that. Oh, my alarm's going off. It's telling me I've got 3 minutes. Nice. Yeah, and some of the researchers we work with use the metaphor of it's like asking the Marlboro man for advice on quitting smoking. So that kind of stays in mind. It's not because he's evil, it's because he has an interest. He has an actual profit motive to sell you more cigarettes, so why would he stop you from smoking? So yeah, and here's some examples of how the fossil fuel lobby works in the EU itself. And yeah, it was mentioned just briefly in the previous presentation. But yeah, in the last term, from 2019 to 2024, there was at least, that's what we know about, 900 meetings between high-level officials from the fossil fuel lobbyists and the Commission. That's almost one every working day. And the thing that interests me is that there was 7 times more meetings with the fossil fuel industry after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So if anyone has any insights, tips, leads on increase in lobby activity since Venezuela and Iran at the start of this year, really interested in that because we're starting to pull together some of the research. What are the interests at play there? Who's being lobbied? What kind of measures are being taken? What's being shut down? So yeah, hit me with your tips. The current commission's even worse so far. It's only just started like a year and a half, but yeah, there's this real big interest in competitiveness, deregulation, and it's very, very, very pro-business. So we're up for a big struggle this time. And for civil society, NGOs in the room, we have even less access than we usually do. Last time we had a high of 22% of the meetings, now it's down to 16 so far. So yeah, we're getting squeezed out even more. So we have to find alternative ways to get our message across. And for the European Parliament, yeah, they're basically there every day. You can't avoid them. So yeah, what can we do to stop the climate crisis in this context? Yeah, it's how do we get around all this lobbying? And my thing I want to leave you with is like, we don't actually need any new ideas for the climate crisis. We kind of already know what to do, which is shut off the oil and gas, stop burning it. We have all these crazy innovations, all these conferences and stuff. But what we need to do is to stop the people who are getting in our way. So we have the solutions and we do know what's best. It's all the grassroots activists here, affected communities, trade unions, climate NGOs. We all know what to do. So we just need to get the people who are in the way out of the way and just let us do it, all right? We need to understand that the corporate interests are getting in the way, that they will make money, and anything that stops them making money, they're going to stop doing. And we just need to make them get out of our way. So there's plenty of different things that we can do to get out of the way. And we work on individual, organizational, movement level, and political level. And I really like this bit of poetry. No one way works. It will take all of us shoving at the thing from all sides in order to bring it down. So yeah, everybody has a part to play. And yeah, we can work on different levels. Come up to me at the end and speak to me about this pledge that we have for the movement itself, like different climate organizations, basically going around COP and different things saying, I'm not a fossil fuel lobbyist. And like, yeah, what does that mean? I've got stickers at the back. And for politicians, we have a pledge as well saying, yeah, I'm not going to meet with them unless it's strictly necessary. That's something we can work on together. Yeah, there's so many things to do. And I want to remind you that radical change is possible, and sometimes even faster than we think. So, yeah. Things that you think are going to be there forever can sometimes disappear in one night. So there you go. So add me on LinkedIn, sign me up for the mailing list, become a member, talk to people around you, and yeah, come and talk to me afterwards, because I've got so much more to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We are going into the very last segment before lunch, and we have lunch for everyone, and today it's all vegetarian, and a couple of vegan and gluten-free options as well. Yesterday, Frøya Sjøsæter, the youngest MP ever in Norway from the Green Party, she was here, and she told us that as a member of the Standing Committee on Energy in Parliament, they are obliged to meet with the oil companies. And yesterday, Aker BP put out a picture of the Standing Committee on Energy visiting the stand at ONS. And Frøya was not in the picture because she was here. So that was nice. Dickon Bonvik-Stone, climate communication expert, podcaster, great guy living in Oslo, hosting this panel before lunch. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Dickon, climate comms guy. I, last year, in collaboration with Klimakultur, created a podcast called The Black Thread, exploring Norwegian identity, oil, responsibility in a warming world, released by the wonderful Drilled and Amy. So if that's your bag, which it is, take a listen wherever you get your podcasts. But when we were exploring what was going on in Norway, several key Petroganda narratives were spotlit, and one of them was energy security. We heard from Amy yesterday that it is the original Petroganda narrative, and I'm excited to have some time to explore it with all of you today. Nathan, we think about Europe, or at least we say we do, and right now, energy security is kind of the narrative. I'm really happy to get to be up here with a couple of brilliant brains, experts, to discuss this. So I'm going to introduce them, and then we can all welcome them on stage. So first of all, Anne Karen Sade is the project manager for oil and gas at the Norwegian Climate Foundation. She's also an author. She wrote a book called The Best Intentions, exploring exactly these kinds of contradictions within Norway, as well as children's books, Anne Karen. Fantastic. Oh, there it is. Exhibit A. Please welcome Anne Karen on stage. Yes. And also Brett Simpson. There's Brett. Brett is a journalist focused on climate change and human rights. She's published in the likes of the New York Times, The Atlantic, Nat Geo, and more. She's based in Tromsø in the north of Norway. Brett, please come on stage. Give her a hand. All right, some hard-hitting questions. Can everybody see? Yes. There we go. So to get us started, both of you, and thanks for being here, this is exciting. What does energy security mean for all the various actors that we see using it? This term gets thrown around quite a lot, but what are people actually using it for, especially when they use it as a justification for prolonged, expanded fossil fuel production? A question to both. Anne Karen, perhaps you'd go first.
Well, as someone said, perhaps it was you, it has been used for a long time. And since Norway is a democratic country, we're not part of the Middle East, it's a good thing to get some oil and gas from us instead of regimes that you can't trust. If you get it from Norway, then you will be safe that you actually get it, that you can heat your home and that you can run your factory. And it's been an underlying argument for decades, but when Russia had their full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the use increased a lot. And some even said, this shows us that we have to explore for more oil and gas in the Barents Sea. And that's pretty far-fetched. But then they started using it a lot more, both politicians and the industry, and then it all took off with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Anne Karen did a good job of summing it up. I would just say that, you know, from a Norwegian perspective and an Arctic perspective, like just take the energy minister's words, like it is energy security up until a point. And then, you know, if you're not convinced by that argument, then we need to drill the Arctic for the sake of Norwegian sovereignty, the sovereign right to secure our own welfare and continue to extract to the point not of perpetuity, but self-annihilation. Like it's the latest argument. And the EU has wanted to ban Arctic drilling since before, you know, since 2021 was the last moratorium that was set. So yeah, it's kind of it's the latest argument, or it seems like an opportunity moment here. Yeah.
So European energy security. Let's talk about that. Anne Karen, you were one of the fantastic guests that I had on the Black Thread to talk about some of these topics. And at the time, you noted that there was a genuine need for some more oil and gas in Europe right now. How come? For how long? And does that necessarily mean more Norwegian oil and gas?
3 questions in one. Well, right now Norway has 30% of the gas imports to EU and about 12-13% of the oil. So of course, we can't just withdraw that overnight because then people won't get the energy that they need. But that's not actually the question, whether we should withdraw it overnight or not. And I think it's hard to answer the question about how long, because it is a political question. And there is enough renewables if you really, really want to do that. And you see the last fossil energy crisis has actually accelerated the energy transition in Europe, and perhaps Norway is overestimating how long it will actually be needed. I don't know, we could perhaps talk more about that later, or should I elaborate a bit?
No, go for it. We're here.
Yeah, right now I've read a lot of the interviews and seen news stories with people here in Stavanger, and it's pretty dark. It's like 2014. I've been at ONS many times, and in 2014, it was like being in one of those religious meetings where they just applaud and says hallelujah all the time, and that was because you had a period where it was not that much resources and the outlooks were dim, but then you had Johan Sverdrup, the big oil field that was found. And people were so enthusiastic, and that's the same thing happening now. It's like people think they will go on with oil and gas for many, many decades ahead. Some people talk
the courage to continue.
Yeah, 60 more years. Some even talk about 100 more years. Yeah. And that's totally unrealistic because the market, our market, EU and UK, is shrinking day by day. So some of it is wishful thinking.
And as we just saw in Nathan's presentation, when it comes to creating more opportunities to supply Europe with that sweet, sweet Arctic oil, for example, the EU doesn't want it, but we're going to drill it anyway. Let's talk about that. I guess this is a reflection of what's been happening in the last few years, right? It's been a really, really valuable narrative, energy security. As you said, we've had oil disruptions, oil shocks, wars, conflicts, Strait of Hormuz, invasion of Ukraine, yada, yada, yada. And yet, there have been oil shocks, cost increases, instability general instability. So something starts to not add up, right? We're given the line that this is a secure, reliable energy source, and yet the reality is telling a very different story. At what point does dependence on fossil fuels itself become the risk, become the lack of energy security, actually? A question to both of you. Brett, you're poised.
Yeah, sure. I'm listening. Yeah, bated breath. I think that I love that phrase you use, wishful thinking, because I think that the Arctic has been a place for a long time where we've placed our wishful thinking and our imagination, and these narratives of what exists in the high north, whether it's empty and vast, which it is vast, it's not empty, has been fascinating to me living there and in a place that is changing 4 to 6 times faster than the rest of the planet. In most of the world, we say that the effects of fossil burning are invisible. Well, you can see it, as Callum pointed out. In the ice that is gone, the cryosphere is reducing, and yet this is also the place that we're putting our energy ambitions. It's why, and I think that this moment has been this big kind of reveal in this week, basically, that of a trend that is actually like. You see it reflected even in Nordic pension funds have been pulling out of pulling their investments out of Equinor, or lobbying against this move for Arctic drilling, because they're like, this is so risky, and it's risky for a few reasons. It's actually a security risk because the Barents region, as I'm sure you'll talk about, this is right up against Russia. But there's a whole backstory, which I can get into now or later, on the idea of ice-free. And it's actually take it back to 2004, the end of 2004 was the first ever Arctic climate impact assessment added to the IPCC. And this came because, prior to 1990, the end of the Cold War, we were not collaborating across the Arctic and gathering data, so we didn't really know. We couldn't say definitively these basic things, which are that, oh wow, polar ice is something that every species on this planet has co-evolved with. It's been a permanent fixture for the last 14 million years or so. It is a vital organ of the planetary body. It is circulating our winds and waters. We need it. Our fates are tied to it. that's the end of that. And then at the same time, like all of this research suggests that there's a lot of oil under that ice. There's a lot of oil or gas, maybe, it's like research always has this dual purpose. And then in 2005, our current prime minister was elected foreign minister, and he actually went up to the city that I live in, Tromsø, and he launched this like first ever foreign policy that is Arctic focused. He said, we need to look north and consider the geopolitics of the north and the complex implications, and then Al Gore also saw this report, it was the main feature of The Inconvenient Truth, and that's when, like 2006 really, that we started to see in the media like these polar bears stranded on ice cubes, basically. And then actually like Støre and Al Gore, Al Gore came to Tromsø and they had a melting ice summit. And I think it's such a, it's something that I've been complicit in a journalist in a way, because it's important reporting on climate change, of course, to talk about melting ice. But we're actually writing premature obituaries. Like we are racing forward to this future where we can kind of be like, oh, sorry, we melted all that ice. Now we can get what's under it. Like we may as well, right? There is still so much ice. There has to be for all of us to be sitting here. And it sorry, I'm just kind of going into it, but I'm almost done. It took for me being on a research expedition and actually going up to the Arctic Ocean and visually reckoning with ice at a geographic scale, ice with topography. Like this year, the winter Arctic sea ice maximum hit a historic low. It's devastating. It's 14.2 million square kilometers. It's never been that low since we've been recording it. It's also the size of India. And when we say ice-free, the technical definition of ice-free is anything less than 1 million square kilometers. And that is France, Germany, and the UK combined. Because there's so much ice, that's technically no ice. So, and that will also make it much more dangerous to drill in these areas because there's still going to be ice no matter what. And ice-free is something that will just happen at the end of September or so. There's a 2-week window, and in 2050, that kind of ice-free 2050, that starts to sound like a slogan that we're all excited about, even though it is a dark step. It's not the end of polar ice. And so, yeah, I would be extremely vigilant about what we mean about ice-free, why we are erasing ice from the narratives, and recentering ice.
It sounds like we're coming to the end of one narrative and it is quickly being replaced with another. These imaginaries, energy security will get us there. Now it's ice, the Arctic. But I just want to land the plane. Do you want to comment?
On the question of increased security risk, there has been a report from the Nordic Energy Research Center saying that the LNG plant at Melkøya is the single most acute point of risk in the total Nordic energy system.
This is north of the Arctic Circle. This is the one.
At Hammerfest. So that's part of the Arctic. And if we are to build a pipeline from the Arctic, at one time it was called Støre-røret, the Støre pipeline back in the days. That would also be a security risk, because by hitting on us and our energy system, you could hit on Europe. And I think it's fascinating how we have two totally different tales about energy security in Norway and in Brussels. Because in Norway, energy security is about securing energy with our oil and gas, and that's how we make the situation secure. Whereas in Brussels, they keep saying we have to be independent of oil and gas because the cost is too high, and we need to make homegrown renewable energy that we have control over, and preferably it should be just decentralized as well, because it's not that easy to target as with big power plants. And on Monday, when von der Leyen opened, or she was part of the opening with a video She has sent a video, and there she's diplomatically thanked Norway for the cooperation during the two fossil crises, and then she said, "This is not, though, a moment for complacency." And there's a lot of complacency in Stavanger and the oil region right now, but she said it's not a moment for complacency because we are vulnerable in Europe as long as we are dependent on fossil fuel, and that is why we are now accelerating the energy transition. And last year, Europe got 70% of their electricity from renewables and nuclear, and this will only accelerate.
So I want to land the plane on one specific topic that I hear here, which is that we are, perhaps conflating in Norway the idea of European energy security with actually security of Norway's petroleum industry. Correct?
Yeah, it's just one of those arguments, because the main argument, or the main goal, is always to earn money. But in political communication, you cannot say that.
I mean, and that was kind of the big.
What?
That was kind of the big reveal this
to,
week. Like,
sorry,
that was the big reveal this week. Kind of that the energy minister was. They've been pushing so hard. You know, Europe needs us. Even Støre told the Financial Times, which I guess he knew they wouldn't fact check him because they didn't. That when Russia invaded Ukraine, all of that gas, all of that increase that saved Europe came from the Arctic. And speaking of Melkøya, it didn't. It was shut down because of fires. And so it was just a lie. Like, it just wasn't true.
Yeah. The increase came because Melkøya, or the LNG plant, started up again because it had been shut down because of a fire. And Europe gets only 1.4% of its gas from the Arctic. So it's not much. They can do without. And I'm really excited about the fossil moratorium, and it will probably be here in September or October, or the Arctic strategy from the European Commission. I'm excited to see if they keep up the fossil moratorium or not.
Yeah.
Obligatory mention that there was a bonus episode of The Black Thread specifically about Melkøya. So if anyone's interested in that, check it out. But I want to also bring, just as we cruise towards the end here, what I also sense that you two are both suggesting or maybe exposing is that we are moving from a narrative of energy security into one of national security. And with that in mind, and with the Arctic in mind, I wonder if perhaps we could discuss that. What role drilling in the Barents Sea, for example, has when it comes to this emergent narrative of not European energy security, because that's been thrown back in our face this week, but this move towards the Arctic, and which narratives we should expect to justify that expansion. Brett, you're poised.
Well, I think if this is the moment, I can talk about NATO.
Yeah.
Okay. From a security perspective, I think it's fascinating how Norway is really positioning itself. Støre said that Norway is the eyes of the ear and the ears of the North, NATO in the North, and there's so much militarization happening in the Arctic. And I have immersed in 3 NATO exercises. Most recently, Cold Response 26, which was 24,000 troops from 14 allied countries. Descended on northern Norway, and it was this massive mobilization of people, weapons, like multi-armored vehicles from around the world. And the world's militaries are exempt from reporting their emissions. And so here you had, like in March, all these, like it looked like basically like the most souped up like car show you'd ever see. Like these big tan and yellow, like multi-armored, like grenade launching vehicles. And they were there, they were kind of allowed to be there because Norway is very careful about, monitoring these effects, because March is supposed to be when the ground is frozen in the Arctic. It wasn't, spoiler alert. Like there was slush, there was mud. And so I find it like so fascinating how NATO is actually using this idea of climate security to co-create the conditions that it's purporting to defend against as well. And so they are instrumentalizing like a kind of another element of this kind of security fear response. And like, not to mention the fact that petrostates always profit from endless war. And we are, and like, you know, just walking through ONS yesterday, like Kongsberg, which is both, you know, creating parts for various like U-35s, fighter jets, that kind of thing, and oil rigs. And they had this banner that said "Protecting the Planet," and it was like tech is TECH. Yeah, so I think that these security narratives, basically, it's another way to narrate the ice, and it's, you know, from wounds of climate change to ways, you know, commercial petroleum to war zones, and then suddenly, oh, this is an exposure point where Russia might come, and we need to go and defend it. You know, where suddenly we need to put our emissions regulations exempt equipment into these spaces at undeniably enormous yet currently unknowable carbon cost, because they don't have to account for it, and bring them all here for what was a performance. Oh yeah, and like we didn't get the images in this, but they were just posing for the media, like boy band style with their guns in front of their tanks for us. It was just this, it was a moment, it was a media moment, because exercises are really performance, they're propaganda, but for the sake of deterrence. And they say, well, it's just deterrence, it's not escalation, so it's actually good. But, you know, the Arctic doesn't know the difference between, like, you know, full-scale war and whether that tank is peaceful and just practicing, or whether it's actually, you know, going after like real or imaginary Russians. And so, yeah, that's something that I think they need to be interrogated simultaneously.
Anna Karen, the Norwegian Climate Foundation put out a report on the Barents Sea. For those that don't know the Barents Sea, it's sort of above Norway and Russia. So quite a relevant zone of interest, I suppose. But perhaps you could close off this discussion with some of the findings or information that was conveyed through that report as it relates to this area, and perhaps we can get an understanding of where the discussion might be going in the future.
The main point was that the security risk has increased in the Barents Sea after the Ukraine war. And the author, who was not he was not part of the Norwegian Climate Foundation, but a Russia expert, he said that you should, right now you don't really have a market guarantee from Europe, and you don't have a security guarantee either. But that's something you should have if you are to explore further in the Barents Sea. My opinion is that you should stop exploring in the Barents Sea anyway. But right now that will be the most important political question in Norwegian oil and gas politics. And I think it's to a large degree about that gas pipeline. Because if you get that gas pipeline, you get the path dependency. Then you will only explore even more and even more. But if you don't get it, then the companies will not explore for gas and don't have the same kind of activity. And Minister of Energy, Terje Aasland, he has so far said that the state is not willing to pay for such a pipeline, but he has a few weeks back, he started to say, perhaps we can discuss it. And the oil industry, on their hand, they want to have some risk sharing. They don't want to take the cost themselves, so they are pushing towards that. But if the EU says that we don't really want that oil and gas from the Arctic, then that creates an insecurity that will make it harder to go ahead in the Barents Sea. So it will be exciting times.
Thank you, both of you. I think we are being cowbelled off very nearly. But thank you. A really wonderful discussion. Energy security, national security. We know what we're up to. Thanks, everybody. I think that's lunch.
Yes, and we meet in 11:45.
11:45.
And everything is for you guys.
Forsyn dere.
But there's so much more to say.
There will be music. There will be Petroganda Award where you can vote who's the worst enabler of the fossil fuel industry in Norway. There will be Ketan Joshi. There will be Esther from Denmark. There will be music. And you'll also get a short interview with one of the most political counterculture musicians in the region. So, but first, there will be carbon capture. Welcome, Amy Westerveld.
Oh, thank you. Hello, hello. Okay, I'm going to invite Frankie and Aled up here as well. Frankie, God, Freddie, I'm sorry. I heard it. I'm so sorry. Freddie with Badvertising and Aled with Oil Change International. But first I'm gonna, will you show that slide? Okay, I'm just gonna like explode a few myths about carbon capture before we start in. Like really rapid fire. We can talk more about it in a minute. Number one, more than 70% of captured carbon is used to get more oil out of the ground. That's not a climate solution. It is a brilliant rebrand from the industry to reposition an oil production technique as a climate solution. They're really good at it. You gotta give it to them. But it doesn't do anything for emissions, really. It does technically work, and that's the argument that any sort of scientific or techie person will make, is that it does technically work sometimes. There are examples of carbon capture projects where they have stored CO2 geologically. Does that mean that it can do what the IEA has projected it will do, in fact has to do, in order for us to keep going at the rate that we're going and bury 1.6 billion tons of CO2 per year by 2025, which was last year, by the way. We didn't make that deadline by even a long margin. Currently, less CO2 than a single large power plant produces every year is stored worldwide in CCS projects. The industry right now at ONS is talking about this like it's magic. I mean, it is like every molecule of CO2 that's released just goes back underground and it's totally fine. This is part of the narrative framing of this idea that it's emissions, not fossil fuels, that are the problem. So all we have to do is come up with some kind of magical vacuum that takes the emissions out and then it's fine. Meanwhile, all of this magical thinking has been baked into the models that are in the IPCC that all governments are using to plan out their climate policy. And they are cooked in a bunch of different ways, not least being that they keep increasing the projections for carbon storage. And meanwhile, this is where we are. This is where they're assuming we can be. In fact, assuming we already are, and this is where we actually are. And at the same time, have been vastly underestimating solar power projections. Again, actual carbon storage. It's laughable. We would need land around the size of Mexico, the country of Mexico, to build enough CCS plants to store the amount of CO2 that the IEA has projected, never mind all the increased emissions that we're currently creating. So this is 100% a false solution that's just been, created. The industry has been doing carbon capture since like the 50s or 60s to get more oil out of the ground. When they started getting into the methane business, they had to do it more because, surprise, the low carbon fuel that is methane comes out of the ground with a lot of CO2 attached to it. So CO2 is a waste product for them that they've been dealing with for decades. And they found this way of using their waste product to get more oil out of the ground. Good for them, very efficient. And then as governments started to offer incentives for emissions reductions, they did a great job of repositioning it as a climate solution. But like, it's bullshit. So, with that, the stakes are set. Alan, I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about what this looks like in Norway, because I think Equinor, because it does have, one of the kind of successful carbon capture and storage projects, does really use that to say, like, hey, don't worry about it, we're on it, we've got this technology. Yeah, talk a bit about that.
It's been very successful at gaining subsidies and positive press attention. Not so successful at CO2. So,
or keeping it in the ground.
Or keeping it in the ground. So Equinor has a long-standing project from the 90s. You'll often see this in their propaganda, that they have the Sleipner gas field where they take CO2 out of the gas in production and store it nearby. Similar with this Snøhvit, or the Snow White field, which came online in 2008. And you'll often see that, we've been doing this for 30 years. Of course it works. We can decarbonize gas with this. And of course, all they're doing is stripping a small amount of the carbon content out of the gas in production. Mm-hmm. And the only reason they did this is because of which we saw actually in a presentation earlier, Norway was one of the first adopters of a CO2 tax. So the natural high CO2 content in this gas was expensive, and for economic reasons, it made sense to do CCS. So that's a kind of a key caveat that, again, really what CCS has done there is enable fossil fuels, because they wouldn't have been able to exploit that gas without CCS, because it would have been really expensive.
And you know what would have been a really good way to store carbon in that situation? Not get the gas out.
That would have been a lot better, yeah. And I think it's also key to point out with these projects that what Equinor often does is it says that they store 1.7 million tons of CO2 per year, and then they usually times that by 30 years or whatever it is, to give a number around 30 million tons of CO2. Of course, that is the capacity of these CCS projects, and that's a little bit of a key thing to say here, is you often see that the boilerplate capacity of these projects is what is quoted. That isn't how much carbon is actually captured. That is the most it can do every year, and as DSMOG and others have shown, and Equinor actually had to apologise. Goes without saying, but I mean, but Equinor were actually forced to apologise for using capacity as the actual amount captured, and there's only 1 year at one of these fields where they actually capture that capacity, because of course the amount of CO2 there depends on the amount of gas coming out.
They also always go with the highest potential efficiency of these projects and the highest potential length of time that CO2 can be stored. So, they assume 90% plus of efficiency. They assume at least 100 years of storage. And, just again, to state the obvious, it's a gas. Gases famously don't like to stay put. And we're sticking it in, underground in holy rocks, right? So the gas likes to find a way out. And this is why you end up with a lot of seismic activity around CCS projects as well, because it likes to find places to come up.
I'm sorry to say that's exactly what has happened in these two fields. And if you imagine these two fields, Sleipner and Snøhvit, are probably some of the best known geological areas in the world. I mean, it's very hard to imagine a patch of the Earth that has been better surveyed. But for example, at one of those fields, the CO2 migrated up through the rocks to an unknown 9th layer that they didn't know existed. And if that hadn't been there, it would have leaked out. So they had to spend lots and lots of money to find reserve capacity. So, is this transferable to, for example, the UK? I wouldn't trust the UK to do, frankly, anything, but to do this properly, I don't think so, even if Norway has struggled. So it kind of puts that in perspective when it's being promoted all over the world in places that are even more poorly regulated than Norway, to put it like that.
Yeah. Just to add a tiny bit on that, and then I'm going to let you talk, Freddie, is that there are currently only 12 large-scale geologic reservoirs for CCS, 12 in the world that are functional and operating at the moment. We would need more than 2,000 reservoirs, which would require opening a new one every 4 days for the next 25 years in order to meet the projections that underpin these models, it's not going to happen. Okay, Freddie, you've written about and researched why false solutions are such a problem and how they block climate action. Can you talk a little bit about that, how the sort of mechanism of delay works with these
Yeah, sure. So CCS is obviously one of many false solutions. I think you can also put other technologies that are being touted by the industry, such as hydrogen, in the same sort of bracket. I was actually speaking to a Scottish trade unionist, and he referred to CCS and hydrogen as two cheeks of the same arse, which I thought was quite a eloquent way of putting it. I mean, the gas is just like the secondary, right? But so. And then the gas comes out. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Oh, it's so crude, Amy. Really low at the tone there. Really low at the tone. But this is obviously the perfect technology for the oil and gas industry because it's kind of plug and play, right? You just bolt it on to existing infrastructure, and it doesn't require any sort of mechanical pivot or any industrial pivot. So it's perfect to just say you're going to do it. And this has a sort of effect of maybe appeasing the contestation around continued extraction. We see this time and time again around the world, actually, where you have local communities or maybe politicians that are saying, the extraction needs to stop here because of environmental impacts, pollution, as well as the emissions. And the industry would say, no, don't worry, this is sort of earmarked to be a sort of a pilot case study for CCS, which is going to provide this, and this. So it is a way of allowing the industry to continue as business as usual with just sort of like a green tinge attached to it, which is obviously massively problematic when it doesn't actually work, And as you said, Amy, CCS isn't just something that is accepted by the industry. It's also been accepted by the way that we negotiate climate targets and the way that we even discuss the sort of possible future we're going to have. You mentioned the size of Mexico. I mean, even in the 1.5 scenario from the IPCC, they push this thing called BECCS, which is basically you grow crops and that captures carbon, and then you burn the crops for energy, and it's the size of India. Every year, a nation of over 1 billion people. No discussion of what that will do to food production or how it will affect local climatology. But yeah, so this is not only something that's been pushed by industry, but it's successfully been accommodated by governments that are negotiating the future that we have. And I would also say that something quite unique about CCS, especially in the UK case, is it seems to induce some sort of amnesia amongst politicians, where they forget that the pilots have been run and failed. I mean, in the UK, when Tony Blair was Prime Minister, notable war criminal, he gave a lot of money, public taxpayers' money, to CCS project. It failed, and then just last year, Keir Starmer promised 25 billion over the space of 25 years or something like this, or maybe a little bit less, for the same projects. So there has a cyclical nature to these technologies where they come back into vogue, they come back into public discourse, and as Aled said, they're heavily subsidised. So it's a lot easier to say you're going to do something when there's almost no risk to your own financial structure because the government's basically bankrolling it. So yeah, big problem.
And it's the government bankrolling, again, a technology that helps them get more oil and gas out of
Indeed, yeah. Advanced oil recovery is a real thing.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that these charts are from a project that we've done with an outlet called ProPublica, and it's looking at academic capture, which is a really core part of this whole discussion, because in a lot of cases, it is fossil-funded academics who have really helped to normalize this stuff and to get it into the models and into the IPCC. And it's a really touchy subject because they get really defensive if you suggest that, they've been personally influenced, or they've been told to change an equation, and things like that. Oftentimes, because I think they just don't understand how influence works, that it's not like a guy in a top hat with a mustache showing up at your desk being like, no, change that equation. That's not how it works. They they fund them specifically to focus on carbon capture, and so what is not getting funded, same as this difference between the CCS and the solar power charts. There's an opportunity cost to this stuff too. It's not just that it's delaying action, it's what are we not investing in and what are we not progressing with technology-wise as we focus on this stuff, right? I'm curious to hear you guys talk a little bit about how we tackle this, because it's so wonky and it is so appealing to the public, to the idea that oh, it's just a technology thing. It's just the emissions. We just have to like stick this doohickey on top of our power plants and then we don't have to worry about it anymore. Or yeah, like, you know, the carbon dioxide removal is even more appealing because it's like literally a vacuum just sucking CO2 out of the sky for us. Sounds so nice. I mean, I wish it worked, but it doesn't. So yeah, I'm curious to hear just how you guys talk about it, what works when you're speaking to people to get them to go like, oh, okay, this isn't real.
Well, I frankly don't know what works because I don't get a chance to speak to people very often because the
Well,
media.
this is your moment.
Well, no, but you guys for sure. But the media in Norway is not interested in discussing CCS at all critically. I've experienced journalists I previously had contact with around climate policy not only fobbing me off with the kind of usual. I'll let you know if I have time for this, Alid. But actually defending CCS policy to me in their replies. They essentially just print the press releases. We also have a funny phenomenon in Norway called Bellona, an NGO that some of you may be familiar with, which is extremely pro-CCS and has been an extremely large part of the CCS lobby also in Europe and is largely responsible for the more positive reception in the EU. So it's difficult because you can't be taken seriously if you're even slightly critical to CCS. Yeah. So I'm afraid, you know, people we've had up on the stage here, you know, Anna Kardinsetter's organisation is very pro-CCS for hard to abate sectors. Frøya, the MP who is here, has in the last budget negotiations, she was celebrated getting 1 billion kroner for CCS for a waste incinerator in Bergen. You cannot be taken seriously in climate politics, and people are desperate. They're desperate for any kind of win. So if you turn up and you say to an NGO, you know how you're against absolutely everything, including in Norway a lot of the wind power projects? Well, here's another thing to be against. And people don't like that. It's high tech, it's jobs, it's the transition from oil and gas. It's really, really difficult. So having bashed those people slightly now, I will say I have a great deal of sympathy for them. And we have to be very, very, very careful how we work with people and not be too too hard and kind of principled that you're either with us or against us. We have to kind of meet them where we are and get them to see that the risks just do not in any way come close to the rewards and that this thing doesn't work at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just that it is a very difficult thing to talk about publicly. In the UK, which is where I'm based, unfortunately, it's a very much the case that it's the only way. Yeah, I know, right? It's the only way to continue the jobs on the rigs. So instead of having a conversation about like, okay, there's this whole industry that we've built up over, you know, half a century, and it's all going to have to go, guys. It's much easier for a government that's just going to be in power for 4 years to say, don't worry, we're going to put this duty, what's it, or whatever you coined, Amy, on the end of it, and everyone can keep their jobs, and all these skills and all these wages will be maintained. So that's a much easier conversation to have, and I think there's a degree that people want to believe it's true. And the same could be said for hydrogen too. But these are technologies which are speculative, they're incredibly expensive, and nobody knows what they're actually going to do with the end products, you know, especially hydrogen, but even more so with just captured carbon that is not being used for enhanced oil recovery. Yeah. I do think there's like maybe leverage points around subsidies, which I know OCI have done some amazing work on, but in Europe, we are kind of living through sort of fiscal stress, you could say. Governments are, you know, cutting back. You know, there is conversations of like austerity measures, shining a spotlight on how much public money is wasted, you know, being thrown at these types of projects when there is a massive opportunity cost, such as why don't you set up a state solar company, or why don't you set up a state component manufacturer for wind farms? You know, these are conversations that need to be had in the public space and in the policy space, and I think you would find a lot of support from both the workers, the trade unions, and from the communities around these projects, because I don't think they necessarily care about what they're doing, what the sort of energy they're generating. They just care about whether their jobs and whether their communities are provided for. And unfortunately, hydrogen, CCS, and other false solutions have been proffered as the answer to provide longevity and durability to these industries and these communities. But you know, wind and solar could do the same.
And just to be clear, I'm not going to celebrate if Norway and Britain get rid of their CCS subsidies, but just continue with oil and gas and don't do anything else. Right. What we saw last year is BP pulled out of its big blue hydrogen project in the northeast of England. in favor of a data center, that is not a win, I'm afraid. That is part of the problem. So, I'm not going to celebrate if Burnham now turns around. In the last week, we've seen in The Guardian and a lot of other places, they're now linking CCS to approving Rosebank and Jackdaw deliberately, which is where all this hard-to-abate bollocks ends up, I'm afraid. If you support CCS just for hard-to-abate, this is where you end up back at oil and gas every single time.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to celebrate if Burnham, isn't talking about climate and gets rid of CCS subsidies in favour of AI or data centres. That ain't a win. The win is a true just transition in the UK, in Norway, and we're about 1 million miles away from that.
You mentioned this phrase again, hard to abate, and I feel like we should define it a little bit and just talk about like how it's such a wedge issue in this whole conversation that a lot of people will say, well, we shouldn't use it to enable more oil and gas development, but we're going to need it for concrete, steel, ammonia, and so why don't we like let the fossil fuel industry build out the infrastructure, and then just the hard to abate industries will use it, right? This is the argument that you hear from like, so-called moderates. Reasonable people. But like, what's the problem with that?
The problem is that these infrastructures last for decades, and once they're built and once the capital is expended, the people that put the money up are going to want to see a return on it. So if you're saying, if this technology doesn't work and you're going to have to close down a basin on the premise that the emissions are driving the climate crisis and that the state is mandated to cut it, you're going to have huge amounts of stranded assets, which will, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that it's going to cause absolute turmoil on national financial markets and global financial markets. These impacts are not priced in to any degree, and nobody wants to have that conversation. So it's much easier to say that if we use this capital expenditure, we build this infrastructure, it lasts its whole life cycle of 25 years, and that the technology is bolted on to ensure that it can reach that end, so that people's profits and the investors are paid back. And infrastructures have lock-in, not only physically, but also institutionally and politically and socially. If we are tied to an industry, like Norway is obviously tied to the North Sea, as is the UK, unpicking that and deconstructing that is a monumental task. Maybe even more complex than actually phasing down the fossil fuel industry is phasing down the cultural element of it, which is obviously why we're all here to discuss the potential leverage points to doing that.
I think we'll look back on hard to abate as one of the most successful greenwashing operations I can think of, because what we're talking about here is cement, waste incineration. These are basic polluting industries. You can use CCS on a part of the cement process, not the whole thing, so it only applies to part of it. And we only have one example of the world, and that's in Norway, and it's not working at capacity. It's over budget, like every CCS project. I live 500 meters away from the big waste incinerator in Oslo. Why are we incinerating so much waste? It is not a law of physics that we have to do this. Norway has one of the least circular economies in the world. No, but it really does. Like this is a fact. Norway is talking about opening copper mines and then dumping the waste in the fjords. Norway is one of the few countries that still dumps waste in its seas. There's more copper lying in the unused electronics in the drawers of Norwegians at home than there are in that copper mine. So, and when I say to people like the Green Party who support CCS for waste incineration, well, aren't you also for like a massive reduction in consumption and more recycling and stuff? Well, yeah, but that can't come online, in the next 5 years to meet our targets for 2030. Neither can CCS, by the way. But the oil and gas lobby has very successfully made it look like this is just ready to roll out. Yeah. And if you want to win in a budget negotiation with a Labour Party that doesn't give a shit about the environment, you're not going to get $1 billion to a systemic change in consumption and production patterns. You're going to get it to a waste incinerator on the West Coast. Yeah. That's the problem that we're facing here, in giving people a win when they're desperate.
Yeah. I'm going to do one last question, a surprise to Ketan over here. How does this come into play with AI data centers? You're our AI guy now.
Oh, you want me to answer? Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah, like how does it get used to be like, don't worry about it?
I'll give you a really brief one, and you can kind of throw to these guys. I'm sure they have something to say as well. Yeah. But the overlap is remarkable. You were just talking about giving people a win when they're desperate. And desperation is really the key word in the world of AI and data centers. And there are projects that are the largest gas projects on the planet of any kind for power generation for data centers. No gas power plant of any kind has ever been built like this. and they're proposing them for AI data centers. So CCS is being used in the regions where people care about emissions. Just before I throw it to you, there's one quote from a European gas lobbyist who said, we want to do what they've done in America for gas, for data centers.
Bad start to any sentence.
But he ended it by saying, this is an amazing article on desmog, he ended it by saying, but we have to be more careful because people care about emissions in Europe. So maybe you can talk to that, particularly for gas power.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem, right? Because not only is this a massive expansion of gas infrastructure, which locks it in, but it's also primarily just used to power industry. So it's actually off-grid, which means tackling it through policy measures, existing policy measures, is a very, very difficult thing to do. You see this all around the world with other heavy industry. I mean, Indonesia is notorious for coal off-grid to power nickel refining. None of that's included in any of their climate commitments because it's off-grid. So it's a huge, huge problem. And yeah, nobody's taking it seriously, and especially policymakers.
And I think what we're going to see is more of this kind of CCS being the least worst option. So, oh, well, we are going to build data centers because you all want to stream on Netflix and save your files on Google Drive. So if we're going to do new gas for that, it might as well be with CCS. And this is what I found a quote the other day that I can't believe I never heard from the previous Pope, Pope Francis. He described this in one of his cyclicals as homicidal pragmatism. That's what this is. It is this thing of there's always something worse, this is a compromise, but it isn't a compromise. It's part of the whole complex of justifying more polluting industries and more oil and gas. So there you go. If the previous Pope could understand it, so should we.
R.I.P.
Okay, are we done? All right, we're done.
Thank you. Do you mind taking down this chair? We're just cleaning up the stage a little bit because our next speaker, Esther, needs a lot of room. Not because of that, but so. I bought Esther's little amazing book called Reklamemakt, Fossil Advertising Power last year, and it's almost a pamphlet. It's quite small, and I ordered it online from your website. And a week later, the world's biggest semi-trailer truck drove into my courtyard up in the mountains, and the guy went in back, and he came out like 15 minutes later with this little book. But they drive there all the time, so it's not extra emissions. Esther, we talked a lot about Petroganda. We talked a little bit about advertising and stuff, but you will now present us with a solution to end Petroganda. Take it away.
Thank you. Do you all also need to just like stand up for 10 seconds, maybe? I feel like we just learned so much and we need to process it in our bodies. Beautiful. Okay, so yes, my name is Esther Mikkelsen Kjeldal. I'm a climate justice activist from Denmark, and I also have like a master's in philosophy, and I wrote my dissertation on the free speech, the commercial speech of polluting industries like the fossil fuel industry, and how this value should be prioritized in our liberal societies where we value free speech, but we also value the health and well-being of our populations. I'm also I just started as a freelance campaigner in Reclame Fossilvrij. I hope I say it the right way. It's a Dutch NGO. You can also call it fossil-free advertising, and it's really leading the political part of this fossil ad ban agenda in Central Europe, and it was quite amazing to come here at Stavanger and then see that all the bus stops that are run by JCDK. I'm gonna talk. It's my ring that fell off my. Wow, that was. That was really amazing. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, it's too big, but it's too expensive to make it smaller, so I'm not gonna waste money. Anyways, yeah, to see like an actual fossil fuel advertisement like this, because in Denmark you don't really see the fossil fuel industry advertising for themselves, so that was quite wild, actually. Okay, so yeah, this quote has also been said before in this conference, but Antonio Guterres, he was out in 2024 and called for governments to ban the fossil fuel industry's ads because it's simply obstructing climate policy and polluting our minds and our world, and we all know that. I also want to highlight this article. Many of you have probably read it, but it's quite interesting because it is looking into how like big oil is using PR and advertising very strategically to stop climate debates from happening. So they could really see when there were like momentum politically and in the media and with grassroots mobilization, they could simply see that the oil majors expand their advertisement and PR budgets. So that's a correlation, of course, but it's quite wild to see how it is really being used to destroy democracy. Yeah. And in the fossil-free advertisement, we are like fighting to get local, like municipalities and regions, of course also countries, but right now the focus is on local fossil ad bans, and that includes, in general, it's a little bit different from the different places, but it's like ads for like fossil fuel heavy transport, like air travel, cars and cruises, but also of course for fossil fuel companies. This one has been a big campaign in Copenhagen over the summer. It's really strange to see an ad like that when you know there is a heat wave. It's so weird. It for me, it doesn't look something I would like to do, but I don't know what. Yeah. Anyways, this is of course a major victory. So back in 2024, The Hague actually passed a law that bans fossil fuel related ads. And this is a very special victory because there are some smaller cities that have passed, that have regulated fossil fuel advertisement, but that has been through voluntary agreements with the companies like JCDK that trying to make some kind of, try to stop including fossil ads in your portfolio, and it hasn't really worked. And if you don't really have like a law when they include the fossil fuel advertisement anyway, what can you do? Is it then just citizens that have to complain about it, and then like, what do you actually do to enforce it? But in The Hague, they actually managed to make a quite impressive law which bans all fossil fuel advertisement that you can see from public space in the entire city. Yeah, and since then in the Netherlands they have then they're now shifting like the more loose form of bans in the other cities into this law, so it becomes like it's really a ball that is rolling right now. Yeah, just we all know what fossil fuel advertisement is, but now I'm just taking photos every time I see one. And in Denmark, I think it's probably different from different countries, but in Denmark it's almost always flight and travel ads. Yeah, I think Danes are very bored, so they need to travel all the time. Yeah, apparently it's very not nice to live in Denmark. Okay, so this is just because this is the hopeful talk, right? So this is just like a very quick list I compiled of different regions and municipalities that have banned or restricted fossil fuel advertisements. Many of you have heard about France. That was like a news that traveled around. But actually, what I found out is that it's kind of a scam because it was passed in a way because there was this citizen assembly that was demanding that Macron's government would remove it. And then they said, yes, we will do that, and they voted on it, but he hasn't signed the document. But they are allowing this news to travel the world, but it's not implemented, and he's not signed it yet. Yeah, so now you know if someone tries to make fossil-free propaganda for France. Yeah, and there are many, many others on the way. And Reklam Fossilfrei is actually supporting like local grassroots group that want to do it in their city. There is really like now a formula on how to get it done. And we of course would like to help everyone here who's interested in doing it in your city or municipality, because then we can restrict fossil fuel advertisement more and stop Petroganda. And there's of course always drama. So in 2025, actually the tourism industry, led by TUI, they sued The Hague for this fossil ad ban, and they used the argument that it was violating their commercial speech. And it was quite interesting because that was what I was writing my dissertation on in 2022. But the judge said no, that's not like they lost the suit. And the argument was that the public interest of health, climate, and the livability of the cities are simply more important than the economic interest and their like right to free speech in public space. So this is my colleagues that are celebrating, and then they were actually supporting the municipality doing the lawsuit. And like we have all the arguments and all the evidence. It's very easy to argue that we should have these bans, like especially because we have many countries have the president of the tobacco ad ban, and you can use all the same argument basically. But what is really important now, I also highlighted health, is that the Reklam Fossilfrei realized that okay, it's really important actually to focus on the health aspect and not just to like we need to get consumption emissions down, because most of the centrist parties and of course also right-wing parties, they're like da when you talk about consumption and climate and behavior. It's not really something you can get through, but health, that is something they listen to. So now we are focusing a lot about like linking fossil fuel advertisement to air pollution and health, which Shweta down here is also working on. And this is actually a snippet of a paper that is trying to make that connection. And that is really, really important when we have meetings with the local politicians to have these form of evidence, because they simply listen more to that. And currently I'm very active in a campaign getting a fossil ad ban in Copenhagen and Frederiksberg, which is this small, very affluent municipality inside Copenhagen. And now we are doing our form of propaganda. So this is a couple from our movement. They have a little son, and we're like trying to really like make it very, very like clear and visible that these fossil ads are poisoning our lungs in the cities, because that's also something that local politicians they more understand that it's something that is right here, right now in our city. Okay. This was supposed to come up like afterwards, like on a click, but it's probably a PDF. Okay, here it says legal help or something like that. And that is because there's also a legal dimension if you want to like carry it out where you live, which is that, most big municipalities, they have contracts usually with JCDecaux they are like putting up these commercialized bus stops. And then they can put ads on their bus stops, and then the municipality gets a little bit of like the profits from the ads, but most go to JCDecaux, which is the world's biggest outdoor commercial company. And they are really annoyed with this momentum right now, and they are trying to lobby against it. And they are actually threatening the local politicians with false claims that it will be very, very expensive and that the municipality will have to pay a lot of money for compensation. And that's why it's really important to link up with a local legal professional who can look into the contract that the municipality have with these companies. And often they will see that they cannot really claim any compensation, and it hasn't happened. There was only the suit in The Hague, which they lost, and because they can just substitute these ads with other ads. Like there are many companies that want to put up ads for themselves. So it's just empty words, but it's really important to have like a local legal professional to say that, because the administrations in the municipalities, they listen to local lawyers and not lawyers that are from other countries. And this is the mayor of Frederiksberg, this very affluent municipality in Copenhagen, and this is a picture from 2023, and it's because they just renewed their contract with JCDecaux, which lasts until 2038, and because it's like a 15-year contract. And there was this really nice young politician, Rosa, who proposed the fossil ad ban in Frederiksberg. This is her. And the administration, which is in very close contact with JCDecaux, they said to the local politicians, it's a good idea, but you should wait, implement it until 2038, because there can be compensation claims, but they didn't come up with a number. So now she has asked the administration to ask the Decaux, come then with a credible number. But it says in the contract, actually I don't know what says in the contract, but yeah, anyways. But that'll be part of their budget negotiations here in like a week, which is super, super exciting. And we are quite positive that it will pass it, and they will also vote for the fossil ad ban in Copenhagen in 17th September. And we even got the Social Democrats on board, which is quite, because they're very status quo. But and this is a Social Democrat who is now she's now trying to get the entire region to ban fossil ads. So this is just an example of Denmark, and it's been 10 months of campaigning, and we've it's quite easy actually to get things through on a local level in Denmark, maybe, but also in many of the other countries. I know but it's just local politicians. They are much more accessible than the national politicians. Yeah, and lastly, I would just want to say there is a big international community working on this, and many of us we met in Lyon, and it's really nice. And you can read much more on the worldwithoutfossils.org. They are tracking all the successes and putting up facts and research, and everything you need is on this website. It's a really good website. Yes.
Thank you so much, Esther. So, if you come a little bit closer, and then we can ask Sidraka if you need to set up the mic stands and stuff. You can do it now, because we're just talking, and that's not that important. It's just us. On Monday, I asked you, Erlend, what you wished the outcome of this festival was.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh, that's a good question. What did I say? I wanted people to get to know each other.
Yes, you said that.
And I really wanted all these beautiful people to connect and gain some energy from both the conversations that we have, all the knowledge that is shared, and that we can bring into our own work. I think that was more or less it.
A little knowledge we can share as well is the process Esther was talking about in Copenhagen. There's also Frida has been working on this, and Trygve in the Kollerup, and you've been involved as well in the fossil fuel ad ban in Oslo.
Yeah.
And there's something happening these weeks.
It's moving forward. So first of all, it started a not a huge discussion, but it has started a discussion at least.
You were on Dagsnytt 18
yeah,
on national radio.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a start. It's a beginning. So next week, the council in Oslo will decide whether they are going to look into make a
hearing, the possibilities.
Yeah, just look into the details of a fossil fuel ad ban in Oslo, and that will take a year.
So even that is controversial, just to decide whether they should gather more information about maybe doing this.
Yes, so they are having that discussion in the.
It's still a win.
Yeah, it's a win. It's a beginning, and then hopefully we'll get there next year.
So, Alan, do you know what I did before we started Klimakultur?
Yeah, you were running a festival.
And I fucking still do it. It's exhausting. So, we're going into the last part.
The festival, like
the
music festival part of the festival.
And I would like to introduce an old friend on stage, because yesterday we talked a lot about growing up in this region. And people sometimes having to move to Oslo or get an outside perspective of Stavanger and the region. But this person has been fucking shit up in Stavanger for 25 years through music. Tommy Svela, please come to the stage.
Okay, thank you. That's nice. Fucking shit up, yeah. You have been through as well. It's really inspiring, and we have to thank Julie and Alan for putting up this festival, right? Just hand, yes. And I know you're tired of doing festivals, but here you are doing it again, but for a very good purpose. So.
And I'd also like to thank Tommy, because I was here before Christmas, going undercover on the Petro Ladies Club, 10 years anniversary. And I was like, fuck, we need to do something more in Stavanger. And I met you and asked, where should we do it? And you're like?
Blåveis.
Blåveis.
So, it's a nice venue.
So, but Tommy, when I met you, you were playing, and you still play, in a hardcore metal, what do you call it?
Yeah. Something like
a very noisy band.
A noisy band. I play loud with my guitar. That's
yes.
what I do. Yes.
It's called Purified in Blood. And you started out being super political. You're still political. But you were a vegan, straight edge, political, animal rights activist, touring
the
band.
The whole package back in 2003.
That was not a very political music business at that time.
And we're from a really small town called Hommersåk, which is outside of Sandnes, and being, I think, maybe the first vegan in that small town. It's like I think it's 5,000 people at the time, and we were the biggest business in Hommersåk is slaughterhouse, which is where we went to at school to see like this big business in our hometown, and that made an impression on me and on many of my friends. So after a while, we started skateboarding, and then was introduced to music, hardcore, punk, and also some bands that was like they spoke the same language that we were trying. Like we didn't just know.
Sagasi, Minor Threat, or
it was more like it was a bit more militant. So it's a band called Earth Crisis, which is still really important. If you haven't checked out, they're amazing. They had like
we still have an Earth Crisis, so
yeah.
They're still relevant.
It's they're still very relevant, but they had like essays in the back on the CD covers that we were reading and getting really inspired, and started a band, and we didn't want to drink, we didn't want to eat meat, and that was of course frowned upon, because it's in a lot of our dads were working in the oil industry. And we have a lot of friends still that works in the oil. It's almost like a part of our DNA here. I mean, the hockey team is called Oilers, and their mascot is a dinosaur. Do you know? Which is pretty crazy. So yeah.
So in 2010, Purified in Blood released an amazing album called Under a Black Sky. There's a song there called Mouth of Doom, which is all related.
Yeah, it's about the whole like the progress or like the whole capitalism being like in the front and just like grinding everything on its way. And it's 2026 and it's still grinding even more. So it was like this important record for us, and had that message. And if people want to check it out, they can do that. It's a lot of lyrics about that topic, and yeah, that's we're still playing, still releasing records.
I saw you live at that time, and your singer at one of the shows that was in Oslo were giving like a rally speech, and we were like, "Fuck Statoil," and I was like, "Why is Statoil so bad?" Because at that time,
yeah,
I was just concerned about my waste management, and
Yeah, it's no, it's hard, and it's a really steep hill to climb, especially in this region, because it's so embedded in everything and everyone. So it's a bit hard, but that's why these kind of festivals like this is super important. So, and it's been inspiring to me as well. Like I'm thinking like, oh, we should do more of this stuff, like more, yeah, find those.
We have some stickers here that says "Let's fuck shit up," so let's do that. One last question: did you receive any hate locally or from others from playing in a political band, from not drinking, not eating meat?
Well, not like people were of course talking a lot, and but we were luckily like I was not alone. We had a band and a group, and the group grew, which was really nice. And but of course people are always like, oh, these guys, whether like not drinking, like sober, thinking they're better than everyone else, and all that stuff, the usual. So of course there was a lot of hate, but we always played louder than whatever they were saying, so that helped. Yeah.
So we're going to have a little music here, and it's not Purified in Blood. Thank God, with all your backline and noise, I would
We
have
have
died.
played here actually. That's, yeah.
You have played here?
Yeah, yeah. They were afraid that the bar was like not like just completely destroyed. I remember he was really stressed out when we played here. Like I could.
So, but you know the guy who's going to play now?
Yes.
Would you like to tell us who he is?
Yes, I can do that. This it's a good friend. We actually lived together for a while. It was lots of fun, and he played in a little band called Kvelertak back in days. Still playing, and now he has his own like solo endeavors, and it's just amazing guy, amazing music, and this is King Husky, everyone.
His solo project. Thank you, Tommy. For those who are not massive Kvelertak fans, shame on you, check them out. One of the best times I saw Vidar play was at Roskilde Festival in 2018 on Arena, the second biggest stage. And next to you on the stage, on the side, was James Hetfield and all of Metallica standing like this. And then you went touring with Metallica after that. They were huge fans. So, Vidar, your solo project is called King Husky. That is why you're playing here, because I have a husky.
That's true.
So, yesterday we talked about growing up in Stavanger in an oily family. Did you grow up in an oily family?
Yeah. My dad, he was working offshore, ConocoPhillips. My mother was a teacher, but yeah. And I grew up at Forus, which is where all the headquarters to Statoil were, and yeah. So it's been, yeah, like Tommy said, it's sort of part of our DNA growing up here.
I asked you earlier if I'm very glad you're playing here. But if you got an offer from ONS, would you play there?
It's very easy to say no when you're not offered anything. but yeah, I'm not sure today. Yeah, it depends. And you know, it's yeah. I find these questions that you're talking about very, very interesting, and I feel more at home here. You know, I've never trusted people whose main interest's been money and power.
Yeah, that's not my main interests.
I know.
Well, maybe they are, but I'm really bad at them. So, enough of that. Please welcome Vidalander King Husky. Do you feel free? Are you happy? Thank you, Vidar. That was amazing. Sidraka? Man, that was great. The King Husky album is the album I listened to the most the last year. Sorry, no offense to Purified in Blood. And the privilege of arranging your own festivals, and this comes from experience, is that you can decide who is on stage, and you can book the bands you don't bother to travel to watch, but you can just get them to you. No, Vidar is finishing his new album, and he's working in a studio in Stavanger as well. So thank you, Vidar. We are coming to the end, and Vidar was warming up to the festival's headliner, who came in today fashionably late. Just kidding, Ketan.
It's a tradition.
It's a tradition.
It's the second time.
Yes, Ketan finished last year's festival as well.
Yeah. We are excited. You will put on a show.
Oh. So I think this will be the last you'll see. Well, maybe we'll see Bai afterwards. But
of course.
The last segment, we'll give the stage to Ketan. We'll put on your presentation. I'll give you a clicker that's working, because thank you, Nathan, for giving us a good clicker. And I just want to say that Vidar is not the only Kvelertak contribution to this festival, because the bass player, Marvin, is an artist and tattoo artist, and he did this owl. And we chose the owl because it can lead us through the night. I also want to do a segment where Marvin tattooed this on me on stage, but we didn't have time. And speaking of time, Ketan, please join the stage. Ketan is an Australian energy analyst based in Oslo. You might have seen him on Al Jazeera, CNN, and other networks. And now you'll see him here.
Hi everyone. How are you? I'm really sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be here yesterday. I wanted to, but I'm really glad to be here today. And I'm glad that do you have the clicky thingo? Yeah. And I'm really glad to catch a bunch of those presentations today, because they really mercifully tie in with what I've prepared. So for the first 10 minutes or so, I'm going to talk a little bit about a new piece of work that I did for Klimakultur, which is up on the website. And for the second half, I'm going to lead into the nominees for this year's Petrogandafestivalen Prize. First of all, King Husky, is he still here? I hate e-scooters too, I just wanted to say that. And if you ever just want to join me and we'll just go chuck them in the fjord or something, please. I'm always up for it. They have turned, this whole half an hour is just going to be about this. They have turned pedestrian spaces into a road, and I don't like it. Anyway, all right. I'm trying to stop myself from talking more about e-scooters. What I want to talk about is a piece of analysis that I've just done for Klimakultur. And I was thinking really hard about how I talk about this piece of analysis, because it is a very grave and serious piece of work that has some terrifying and sad numbers in it. And unfortunately, I've turned to memes and I've turned to LinkedIn. So please let me explain to you the context for our new analysis and why I think the Petrogandafestivalen nominees this year are so perfect. Come on, clicker. Oh, wow, it hates me more than anyone. All right. So there's a quote up here. Some of you may not be able to read it, so I'm going to read out just the first sentence of it. From Terje Aasland, who's Norway's energy minister. And he said, "The world and Europe will have a need for oil and gas for decades to come. And it is crucial that Norway continues its development, blah, 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 blah." And I was talking to someone just during the break earlier about the vibe at ONS. And like kind of whether or not people are feeling good, feeling happy, because that was certainly the impression that I got from looking at the posts that were online earlier this week. And I have to say, even just from looking at the posts online, I'm not entirely sure, next one, I'm not entirely sure that these people are happy and confident about what is going on. And I want to make the case to you that we shouldn't mistake their joy and their exuberance for confidence in their industry. Next slide. This is the only good meme that I have ever created. And for those of you who can't see it, this is a David Beckham and Victoria Beckham meme. And in the original clip, David Beckham is cajoling his wife because she's trying to pretend that she came from a working class background, and she didn't. She very much didn't. And in my version, she says, "We'll need oil and gas for decades. Be honest. We'll need some oil and gas for decades. Be honest. I just want to sell oil and gas for decades. Thank you." Next slide, please. Even though I posted that as like a sort of barely thought out joke, the more I think about it, the more it actually perfectly represents what I see happening at ONS and what I read in the list of nominees for the Petrogandafestivalen Prize and what this analysis is about. And I just want to quickly mention here the the level of profit that has been captured by Norway's sale of fossil fuels. In the 2020s, Norway earned about 2 million NOK a minute. It's 7 trillion NOK since 2020. But I guess the most important and easiest way to think about it is that in the past 6 years, we earned as much from selling fossil fuels as we did in the 14 years prior. This shape here has done really weird stuff to our brains. It's made us think about this in a completely weird, and the case I will make here, nervous and anxious way. Next slide. What we did in our latest analysis for Klimakultur is we took something called the mortality cost of carbon. And this is when you burn a megaton, when you release a megaton of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, how many extra people die compared to the world in which you didn't burn those fossil fuels. And I was reading the literature on this, and it's so dry. It's such a strange thing to read about something so consequential and so significant in such dry terms. And in writing this briefing, it was almost wild because I found myself, being sucked into that same dryness. Because there's no way for any of us to really comprehend the numbers on this slide or in this briefing in its truest sense. Just from the fossil fuels that Equinor sold in 1 year, about 34,000 to 58,000 people will die earlier deaths thanks to the burning of those fossil fuels. That you won't find that in the briefing, but that kind of just shows how it has changed over the past few years. Basically, there's just an upwards trend of deaths from the product that Equinor sells. And I was putting these together, these slides, and I thought, like, how can I express this? And I just thought back to this amazing story that I don't think is true, but it's a really lovely story. It's about Bono, the lead singer of U2, playing a crowd, apparently in Scotland. And he's clapping his hands, and he says, "Every time I clap my hands, a child in Africa dies." And somebody in the front row of the audience yells out, "Well, stop clapping your hands then." Next slide for me, please, Ellen. Thank you. And it just, I wrote this, and I just thought, oh my God, I sound like Bono now. But I'm afraid I'm actually going to have to stick up for Bono and defend this way of putting it, because what he was talking about in this pretend story that probably didn't happen is that you can stop these deaths. This is avoidable, and this is the entire reason the research exists. It's the entire reason that we wrote this analysis. It's why he was doing that weird clapping thing that people made fun of him for. But it was weirdly meaningful to me, even though this man is silly. It was a serious point. Next slide. Thank you. Now, I just want to quickly mention two things here. This is the head of Norway's oil fund. I'm just going to crouch down a bit so you can just absorb these LinkedIn posts in their full splendor, because I just wanted to include an example of how what I have just described, the grave, serious deathliness of fossil fuels, does not exist for people in this world. So this is the head of Norway's oil fund. He posted this directly in the middle of an extremely deadly heat wave in Europe a couple of months ago. And he says, Oslo, Europe's undisputed coolest capital, literally. While the rest of Europe melts, take a dip anywhere in the city. And he's posted 4 pictures of people having fun in the Oslo fjord there. And then you know, a little bit later, he posted about this TV show that he watched called Dope Sick, which is about Big Pharma and the death caused by Big Pharma. And he, presumably sincerely, had never encountered the concept of a corporation taking actions that result in avoidable death. And he said, unbelievable that a company can cut lives short for profits. What? This is the head of Norway's oil fund. And I wasn't going to mention AI, but Amy broke the seal. Nikolai Tangen has the worst case of AI psychosis I've ever seen. I strongly recommend going to his LinkedIn page, because there's a video of him cutting a birthday cake shaped like an AI robot. Again, I won't make the whole presentation about that, but it is an amazing video. Please go watch it. All right, next slide before I go on about the video. All right. One thing that really struck me from the presentations today, but also just looking at some of the things that have been said at ONS over the past few days and things like that, is that this argument about energy security is not a sort of practical, pragmatic, everyday, you know, we're down in the depths of the industry type argument. It's actually a moral argument. They're talking about the morality of safety and protection and the need to protect from offenders and aggressors. And it occurred to me that our argument in this new briefing, which please go read it and check it out, is also a moral argument. So we're actually playing on the same field here. And I wanted to highlight that because fossil fuel companies sort of see themselves as talking about like really practical day-to-day issues, but they're constantly talking about morality. They're constantly talking about soft issues. Next slide for me, please. And this, sorry for the tiny text. I'm going to read it out to you because this I read a couple of days ago. This is a new report that was released by Norway's Petroleum Directorate. And I read the English version summary. Maybe there was a translation thing, but I swear when you read it, you can feel the panic and the nervousness and the anxiety in the way this is written. Because they have 3 different scenarios, for the future of oil in Norway. High, base, low. This is their nightmare. This is what they hate, and you can feel it when you read that text. No, this is bad. This is really nice. If we can make it happen, you know, let's try. But let's just aim for this, and that's like a happy bonus if we can get it, right? And these 2 phrases struck me really, really significantly. The low scenario is largely due to inaction. And the base scenario, this is like a decline in fossil fuel production, but still way more up to 2050. It cannot happen by itself. It cannot happen by itself. They're talking about action. They're talking about how fervently they need to aggressively and actively behave to make these scenarios happen. Next slide, please. Our report shows that extra people die in these blobs of potential future scenarios. Those fossil fuels that get extracted, they get burned, and they have a massive cost, but these people haven't died yet. Their fates aren't set. And I got to thinking, you know, how do you save the millions of lives in these smudges? And I think that is really maybe an underlying theme behind a lot of what people have been talking about today is trying to make sure that we protect those lives. I think that's really important. Next slide, thank you all. I've just been so blown away by how the actions and announcements this week really show that anxiety that's in the Petroleum Directorate's report. Because what you could read here is like overconfidence or joy or hubris, also kind of looks at the same time like they're freaking out. Next slide. This one in particular stood out to me. They're doing like a little team up, you know, like when in the Marvel universe and they run out of ideas and they're like, fuck it, let's just put them all together in one movie. That's exactly what's happening here, right? Equinor, Aker BP, and Vår are teaming up to look for oil. Like, that's not a good sign for them, right? Next one. I don't know if you can see it there. I hope you can. I just love this picture with all their, like, you know, the happy, like, they're just so joyous. And this is just from, like, recently upstream. Framed it as Norway subsea sector riding a wave of optimism. And I don't know. I definitely see optimism, but I don't see confidence. I don't see a good pathway. I've been working a lot on data centers and AI and stuff like that, and it's just hollow and nonsensical, and they don't have a plan. They're just grasping at whatever they can get, and it speaks to me that all of the death and the destruction we describe in our new briefing is avoidable, and that feels really, really important to me. But they know exactly what they need to do to take actions to make it worse. Next slide. Which brings me to the nominees for the Petroganda Awards. All right, could you do the slides, and I'll just do an intro while you're doing that. Okay. I love presenting the Petroganda Awards because I don't even know what to say or write when I'm going through these things. I think a lot of these examples speak for themselves, so I'm not gonna spend too much time going through them in detail. But I want to talk, just before I go through them, about a mate that I had in primary school when I was a little kid, and his name was Gilbert. That was his actual name. He's a real dude. And every single time, Gilbert was cheeky. Gilbert was a cheeky little dude. And Gilbert, he would do a lot of things that were blatantly incorrect, right? Like, we all knew, like, fuck, Gilbert, don't... like, you know you have a friend, you just have this feeling you don't really want to be around them because they're just going to do something wrong. Everyone had a friend like that, right? Everyone had that. And Gilbert... Gilbert had this thing that he would do whenever he got caught. His excuse was never really like, you know, oh, it wasn't that bad, you know, or he didn't plead ignorance. His pleading was always that he was trying to do the exact opposite of what the damage he was doing. Okay? So, like, I remember there was a sign outside the school and it had, like, you know, Epping Primary School, blah, 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 or something like that. And he was peeling letters off it. It was one of those signs you could peel letters off. And the teacher caught him doing this and he was like, oh, miss, I was just trying to fix the sign. And we're like, fucking hell, Gilbert, you were not trying to fix that sign. Like, do not lie. like, it was such a flimsy lie. He also got caught pouring Coke into an ant's nest, and he told the teacher that when this teacher just came, Australian teachers are terrifying. This teacher just came like thundering out into the yard, and Gilbert was like, "Oh, I was just trying to clean it, miss." And it's like, Gilbert, that's not going to work. It did not work for Gilbert. Gilbert always got in trouble, but in the real world, the Gilbert principle, the Gilbert exact opposite principle, which I will explain in the context of all these examples, unfortunately does work. So, first example. So I'm not gonna talk too much about this one. Stella, I think you mentioned these amazing folks sponsoring sponsoring these arenas, and I went down a real rabbit hole of their website, and it is remarkable how much they talk about children specifically. I did notice I was a little bit terrified because there was one blog post they did about Norway's favorite firefighting bear. It's a bear called Bjornis. And Bjornis, I've watched every episode about 7,000 times. I have kids. And I don't know. It seems like a missed opportunity. When Bjornis went to visit all of these arenas, he could have really talked about the wildfire risk. I think that would have been amazing. Next time, maybe we can email them. All right, next slide. Yeah, great. The Norwegian Cancer Society collaborated with the ONS Relay. Collaborating, yes. And this is really shocking. This particular stat stood out to me. 40% of the participants are children. When I was looking this one up, I found one of the reasons that climate change is actually specifically causing cancer risk to increase is because wildfire is burning increasingly through human-built areas. So all of like the materials, like plastics and things like that, they're burning up. It's really, really bad. So this one I thought was really shocking. All right, next one. Yes. The Arctic race of Norway. Sorry, I got to talk about this one. Okay. How long do I have? Whew, all right. The Arctic race of Norway. This is a cycling race, and I think it's come up a few times, right? So I'm not going to explain too much what it is, but I went down the rabbit hole of their website and particularly their YouTube channel, and they have an amazing video. I just love how I don't know. I'm sure many of us here, who work in like climate advocacy and comms. We have this idea of people who work in advertising for fossil fuels have like extreme skills, but I think they're actually very unskilled people who just don't need to be. I watched this video, and it features, the first half is a team of cyclists cycling up the hill to get to the top of the hill. This is a cycling race. And the second half of the video features a team of people working on an oil rig to extract the single most dangerous energy product known to humanity and to cause millions and millions of deaths. And at the end of the video, they're kind of just like, well, that's teamwork, and that's teamwork. Equinor! And I was just like, wow, you really didn't try there. Like, can you imagine like the marketing meeting where they were just like, yeah, just put them together. I mean, they're both teamwork, so no one's going to give a shit about any more details there. Next slide. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm not gonna explain this one too much, but this is another one that I wanted an hour to speak about, but I'm gonna try and do in 2 minutes. This is an editorial in Dagsavisen, which is quite a big paper here in Norway, and it talks about the need for Arctic oil and gas as energy security, and I was just reading it and I was just like, Gilbert, it's Gilbert again, because they are trying to say that the specific cause of Europe's energy security woes will be the thing that fixes it. It is the Gilbert exact opposite gambit. And I was just shocked to see this in such a major paper. I heard it come up a few times today. I'm sure it came up yesterday, but they are arguing for the thing that is causing the crisis to fix the crisis, and that is really shocking. So I don't know. I'm not allowed to bias the responses, am I? Am I? Yeah. I mean, look, that's a potential winner for sure. All right, next one. Yeah, Lego.
It's back. They were nominated last year as well.
Yeah. I mean, I talked at length last year about how much I love Lego. I love Lego a lot. And it breaks my heart to see Lego being used like this. But the thing that really struck me with this year's is it's just mentioned there, but the theme this year is biodiversity, and what was the quote? It was we draw attention to nature's diversity and the challenges that threaten life on Earth. Which is really, really absurd. And yeah, another contender only because Lego is perfect and it needs to be protected. Next one. Norway has a lot of traditions, you know. On May 17th, we all gather and buy 5 flags and eat the flag and wear the flag and do all that stuff. And every quarter, we gather for this tradition of the King of Equinor, Anders Opedal, coming into a studio to talk about the money that we have earned from selling fossil fuels. And this quarterly thing was actually one of the inspirations for our briefing talking about this, because there is no critical questions. The only critical questions we have heard, and we've watched quite a few of these interviews, is they basically say to him, "Why didn't you earn more money?" How dare you, King of Equinor? So these are the 6 nominees. Do I need to run through them again, like just rapid fire? Do you want me to do that? Yeah, just go back to the first one. So the stadiums, sponsored by Vår. Next one, Cancer Society teaming up with ONS. Oh my God. Next one, the Arctic Race of Norway. If 2 things are a team, it means they're the same thing. Dagsavisen, we solved the energy security crisis by making it worse. Next one. Lego is perfect and it needs to be protected. And next one, the King of Equinor doing his traditional announcement address. All right. Let's do the voting, shall we? So, oh, sorry. I'm going to just disappear behind the thing here for a second. Oh. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay, in case you didn't hear that, there was a giant...
Yesterday at ONS at the Kreftforening stand in Hall 10 or whatever, there was one of those big paper checks that you give to someone, and it was from Shell. And it was for 38,000 NOK, I guess as a sorry.
Who can calculate in their head what 38,000 NOK is as a percentage of Shell's annual revenues? I don't think your phone can handle the zeros in the decimal point. So, is anyone having problems with the QR code? Does anyone need help? We're all good. I hope you're all voting for the one that I... Oh, whew. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I just have to clean the screen.
So in case for my friends over here, the Norwegian Cancer Society is leading by an extremely significant amount. Don't think we have any hope for the others. I hope you all know that you're making the King of Equinor very sad. He's watching the live stream. He's not feeling good about it. How dare you? All right. Do we need to even give this any more time? I don't think so, right? No, we've got a clear winner. All right. Please put your hands together. Oh, wait. No. Oh, no.
We need some important info on the cancer race today. No, just say what you said yesterday.
No, I'm gonna run and I'm
because Ketan wasn't here yesterday, so there's something. Or maybe should you say it? Or I'm just looking at the screen.
Yeah, no worries. I signed up for the charity run. It starts at 6:30. No, 7:30. 6. It says like different times at the webpage, but it's a 3-kilometer long run. I got some cardboard over there, and I'm going to write something about the relation with the fossil fuels and cancer. So if someone want to join the run and finish off on the finish line, like people are very welcome to join. I think it's nice to mostly for to do a video and a picture for social media.
Are you going to sit down?
It depends on how many people, how crowded it is. Like if you're enough people and we can make a line, we can sit down. But I guess it's a lot of people running, so it might be hard to be visible when a lot of people are entering the finish line at the same time. But people are very welcome to join. And I think also when we see the winner here, I think we will go to the Cancer Association on Monday and also to deliver the prize. Or make some.
Thank you. Thank you, Ketan.
Yes, thank you. Thanks everybody. Thanks.
So, let's just mention, because Ketan didn't say it, and maybe you didn't get to read the whole slide, but the chair of the Norwegian Cancer Society is Øyvind Eriksen, who is the CEO of Aker, who owns Aker BP. And yeah, so it's an oily board as well. Erlend, we finished.
It's a wrap.
Let's give it up for all the amazing people who've been on stage and in this room for these Tuesdays.
The newspaper.
And thank you to
yesterday.
The venue. And also when we planned this, you wanted people to meet because you're so nice. I wanted to get people in the paper. And we succeeded. And let's see, yesterday's Stavanger Aftenblad, we have Amy Westerveld and Brett Simpson eating bakery stuff at the Equinor stand. I don't know, at ONS. It's a great piece, and there's some great quotes from Amy in there. And in today's paper, there's an interview with Elise and Thea, who talked here yesterday about growing up in Stavanger.
What a success. How do you feel, Julia, about the 2 days?
Like a cigarette.
Like a cigarette?
Well, literally, I feel like a cigarette. I'm very happy, and I'm happy for all of you old friends who came, and new friends, and let's do it again next year.
Yeah.
Don't know where. Maybe Arctic Race. We need a bigger budget. And thank you for the people who's traveled very far to be here. And let's go and fuck shit up. Thank you so much. And take T-shirts and posters and stickers.
Yeah, remember to just pick whatever is back there.
Thank you. And thank you to the crew. Sound. And I think they're having an ONS event here soon, so we have to leave the premise quicker today.
Oh. Or stay at the ONS.
Or stay.
Bye.